Welcome to tonight's meeting of the pre-meeting study session agenda for January 27th, 2025. City Council, are there any questions for the agenda? I know we're taking off B and C from the consent agenda. Do you have questions about those that can be answered or no?
I do have questions about B. So I see that we have like a 5-year contract with, is it Me Too? What is it called?
A moot?
Moot Point. Is there a reason why we went out 5 years?
I am Mayor Paul Kniffel, Director of Public Works and Utilities. We've been going out for 3 to 5 years on repeat annual contracts. It's kind of been sort of our practice as of late. Moot has performed for the city for a number of years in the past, and as a contractor, we feel they can perform the services. But the timeline is really simply just so that we don't have to repeat the process again.
Also, so I see you combine the contract with PLR and City Works, Public Works.
Yes.
Does that save us money by doing that?
It could if we don't have multiple contractors working on things. I think I don't know that we see a whole lot of savings with that. The process, this contract was competitively bid across a number of different contractors, and so we really got the best unit prices for the type of work we're doing. And so I would say it this way, that we're getting the best price for both PRL and for Public Works and Utilities by sort of doing a combined bid contract process.
Okay, do we do any in-house stormwater maintenance?
Very little.
We contract out most of it.
Yes.
When did we start doing that? Like, is that something we've always done?
From what I understand from staff, back around 2010 or so, when we sort of had a reduction in force, we lost some folks out of our street division who used to do this kind of work. And so I think pretty much since then, we've been contracting out work on our public.
Okay. So I don't know if anyone can answer my questions on C. You're probably not the one.
Thanks, Paul.
Yes.
So I'm looking at the $1,350,000 for Dell computers, and I figured out dividing 1,811 or whatever it was by 4. That's like 450 desktops or laptops. Is there anything else in that number? Because that's expensive laptops and desktop.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Ireland, for the question. It's a good question. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. For those who are watching, David Guo, I'm the IT Director. So for the Dell technology, the $1.35 million, really, we're looking at refreshing about 450 units. So that is including a computer, 2 monitors, as well as the docking station, mouse, keyboard. So all that together, looking at about $3,000 per user. Now keep in mind that our standard configuration is about $2,000 per user. So sometimes we get requests from police department or the utility department that require a little bit beefier units. So that bumps up the cost. Better graphics cards, more memory, bigger screens, so it fluctuates. So, but it just all averages out to be about $3,000 per user. So at 400.
That's really expensive. Because I can go down and buy a Dell for $1,200. Pretty nice one.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wondering, and it says that we get like a better deal by going on a government contract. I think it would be cheaper if I just went out and bought it from Dell in the government contract. Seems like it's really high, unless everyone has graphics and everything on these computers.
Sure, different departments have different requirements for the endpoint, for the computers that they use. Like I said, it's not just the computers, it's monitors as well, right? That has cameras built in because we're in the team environment, and all the computers that we buy come with a 4-year warranty for replacement, damage costs, things of that nature. So, and also the product that you buy, say from Best Buy, is not the same as business class. We actually just had a meeting with Dell on this particular topic. The products that are available in consumer stores are at a much lower tier in terms of components, whereas these computers are docked, used 8 to 10 hours a day. They're on 365 days a year, where that's not really the case at the consumer level. So the demand and the requirements for a business class computer is not the
Well, I just know my husband has one, and from his work, it wasn't that expensive. So,
same. Yeah.
and he uses it 24 hours basically. It's always on. So, I think you're paying a lot for just the 4-year warranty. I think you're paying a lot for the warranty. How many have we had have to be warranted?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, but right now we're replacing them at a 4-year interval, and we replace about 400 a year. And then we also keep a number on inventory in case people know how to replace it right away, or they get their computers at home, have the printers. Well, so but this year we replaced about 400. We have about 1,800 in the entire organization. So you divide that by 4, you're looking at about.
That's what I said. Every 4 years. So how many have you had to have warranted? I mean, in that 4 years, the 450 from 4 years ago, how many did you have to have serviced or taken back or use the warranty?
I don't have that number, but I can find out.
I just know warranties cost a lot. So, all right. Thank you for the information.
Counselor Demott?
Can you hang out for a sec? Sorry. On the warranty, so you have a 5-year replacement cycle, is that what I read? So and you're doing the 5-year and then that last year, like kind of how you transitioning? I know like when I do that, typically year 5, we're looking at replacing them. And so that is when we kind of decide which ones we're going to replace typically. Is that kind of how we're doing it here? And then additionally, because I know that the enterprise class warranties typically are more expensive if you're doing like next business day. And oftentimes for me as an IT leader, I'll do that because then I don't have to have as much staff if Dell shows up with their people to replace the computer. So just trying to answer those questions and justify in my head that that's the kind of warranty that we're buying and where the extra cost is.
That's 100%.
Yeah.
Yes, Counselor Demott. Not only is next day, they actually come here to perform the repairs. We get people with broken screens, and they literally sit over there and repair. So that adds up the cost, but that's kind of the service that our users deserve. On the replacement cycle, so laptops are 4 years, and then desktops 5. So the desktops we write the last year, kind of just hoping that it's not right to kind of prolong the life of the hardware.
Great. You don't have to answer this tonight because you probably don't know this off the top of your head, but being in this field, I'm curious what our standard build is, because I know like you were saying the different departments do different things. So like typically my standard is like 16 gigs of RAM. So that would be helpful, I think, just for me to understand what our standard is and where we go up from there. But one question I hope you can answer tonight is the other thing that sometimes feeds into cost, I know, is the type of license that the unit comes with, which is also as far as like Windows. And I know that feeds into cost for enterprise units. Do you know what the standard OS version that you're buying them with? Is it enterprise? Is it business?
Yeah, it's Microsoft enterprise licenses. Standard build is 16 gigs of memory, 500 plus 16 gigs of storage, i5 for standard users. For our users, we go up to i7, and then for the very demanding graphics, we try to get the i9 chip there as well with 32 gigs RAM. But typically, we'll kind of stay at the 0.5 terabyte storage just because we have OneDrive for storage. Usually screen size we set at 14, and for the easier, more power users, we bump up to.
Okay. Last question that I have in terms of the warranty. So if you're doing the 4 years, is there opportunity for a longer term? Because typically with those warranties, you know that year one is the most expensive. If you do 3-year or 5-year, typically most of those vendors, you get savings in those additional years. Is there opportunity in that? And additionally to that, do we ever extend? I know like Dell will allow you to do additional years of warranty if you're not ready to replace. Is that something that they offer to us?
Not in our current configuration. They also didn't mention it when we met with them last week. Dell is kind of going through a fundamental change. They're changing their product line pretty heavily now with the likes of Apple. So I think that they're trying to just kind of standardize on their services, warranties, and also even names. They're going through the more like Pro Max, kind of try to copy Apple, right? So no, they haven't offered that to us for extended warranty. Because I don't know. I think that usually a business class computer, if you've seen some of the 4-year-old laptops that we have in the environment, you will be like, yeah, go through a lot.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for tonight? Seeing none, reports. Councilor Rosati? Councilor Hutt? Councilor Camellia?
Yes, I just wanted to say, City Manager Jody, I hope you had the opportunity to go to the Evanston watch party. I'm really sorry that I ended up missing that. And so I hope we get to hear a little bit about how that went from you. I'm not sure if that'll be part of your report. I did attend the last half of the chamber grand opening in downtown Westminster, which is really exciting. I'm proud of them. It's beautiful, gorgeous spot. If you haven't had a chance to check it out, I recommend it. And they had a fantastic turnout. I missed the beginning half with all the photos, but that's okay. I'm just really excited for all the opportunity. I feel like they're in the right spot there. And then, it took me a little while to get January put together, but I am having coffees on the fourth Saturday at 9:30 at Nava. And so if you want to join, just bring your items. I was doing them twice a month. I'm reducing it to once just because I ended up having so many ad hocs last year that most of the time it ends up being ad hoc anyway. So if that doesn't work for you, feel free to reach out to me and we'll make it happen. But 9:30 on the last Saturday or fourth Saturday at Nava.
Councilor Allen?
I went to the Westminster Historical Landmark Board meeting. It was actually, they voted on having the developer Schoenberg Farm to buy new windows and doors for the silos, the barn. I guess they're going forward to I guess it's eventually going to be a food court. The gentleman that used to had bought the property from the city was there. He was upset because he didn't think that structurally that the building was sound enough to do what the developer currently thinks he's going to do. And he thinks that we need structural engineers in there. He says a second level he doesn't think can hold more than 20 people, and they're doing something there on the second level. There was a gal named, I think, Val Linsing, who was living right across from that property, and her neighbors are upset because they don't feel like they've had much communication from the city about what's going in there, and their properties abut the parking lot there. The developer did take her name and number to talk to her about what they're doing. She says the signage over there has been very small, and so unless you go walk right up to it, you can't see it. I don't think she got anything in the mail from them, so she was concerned about that. I also went to Mr. Averson's Smart House. All he had to say was not happy with our city. It was really interesting. Like, he is passionate about saving energy. but his house was originally built in 81 under the Carter administration when they had incentives to do that. And there was like 11 in the metro area. And he said that only 4 or 5 are still smart homes because it takes a lot of work to monitor them. Anyway, so I asked what is the best return on investment if you wanted to retrofit your house. And he said insulation, the foam insulation. Also, he was not happy that our planners are not making so sunshine goes into every unit in every house. That's what they do in Boulder, by the way. That's the code. And that saves a lot of energy when you have sunshine. He even cuts his trees so he has proper sunshine. Anyway,
Thank you.
it
for
was
sharing.
interesting.
Councilor Demott?
Nothing.
Councilor Mayor Pro Tem?
So last week was Dr. Cog. We're already starting to get some asks from Dr. Cog to weigh in on legislative positions. There were a number of, and I'll forward this addendum to you because it's kind of short and sweet, and but there were several that were on transportation that fit into our legislative agenda. So I did support those that were clearly in our bucket. And there was one on medical administration that I did not vote on because I was like, that's outside of what we've ever talked about. But there was one on senior housing income tax credit extension. So I did vote in favor of that or support a favorable stance on that one. There was an interesting one back on the transportation side that it allows, it's called Increased Transportation Mode Choice, Reduce Emissions. It's very long name, but it allows a city to impose an additional fee on DMV registration that allows you to, as the city, utilize those funds towards alternative modes improvements like bicycle facilities or things like that. And I just, whether it goes through or not, I just thought I'd highlight that one because it's another revenue opportunity. And certainly if, you have to balance that with where it hits, which is on DMV registration. But I don't know, I thought it was of interest and we might want to watch that one and determine whether or not we would be interested in doing that in the future. But I think Boulder said that they were interested in that. So anyway, I'll share again this little addendum that they had with these. If you guys are interested in reading it, you can definitely open that up.
Councilor Hott and I had Metzger Foundation meeting, our annual meeting, and staff was there. They are looking at rehabbing that home. The big price tag was over $1 million. So they're taking the first steps in painting and doing some of the hazardous stuff that needs to be done that costs money. So we have that in the coffers at the moment. We talked about the community, and they really don't have a way. It's a 501c3, but we haven't really taken it in these years to share with the public if you'd like to help save this and keep investing in it and doing the things that we could do over there. We have no way for people to give. So we did talk about that. They're going to look into that. Broomfield's making its last payment. I said, don't we usually have a mortgage? Something or other. We could do s'mores instead of burning the thing. We could make s'mores or something. But they do have some things set up. And so they'll see how they can work some of that stuff in. We had several of us were at the U.S. Bank deconstruction. AC Rep had a meeting, and not many bills were up yet for us to take any action on. I had Mile High Flood and Control District meeting. If people don't know what's being done in our city, I can ask for flyers so we can get that. NADA, I just left as chair, and so I'm past chair for this year, and Emily Bear from Erie is the new chair. So when we say Chair Bear, I think of the Care Bears that I made 300 of one time, and we all had a good laugh. a true icon of our city, Pat McIntyre, had celebration of life on the 18th. She spoke a couple of years ago at our Armed Services Garden. She was a vet, and she was one of those ladies I want to be when I grow up. Urban Land Institute had an all-day meeting last Wednesday, so spent 8 hours. And I was ready to leave at 11 a.m. because I was just overwhelmed. And I don't know how you do this every day. Our Legos had dollars attached to the color. We had red, blue, yellow, and black and green. And black and green took minuses off of, and we had what we had to perform at for the developer, for the city, and 10% affordable housing. And we worked in teams. So my team was mayor from Lone Tree, Yuma, Broomfield, Minturn, and myself. And we each had roles. I was site coordinator. Everybody else had their things. The people presenting that do this every day just blah, 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 blah. And so that's what was frustrating, because we had piles of homework to do, and you read it and you saw the videos they gave us, but I don't do that every day. So it just was overwhelming. So Mayor Gastriadis said, Nancy, I'll stay if you stay. And we'd carpool together, so I knew she could. If I left, she didn't ever ride home. And so we hung in there, and the very crux of the last thing we had to do was present to a council. And that council was made up of all the developers and realtors and people that, and I want you to know, my team took first place. But I don't want to ever do it again. But the thing is, they will come out. It was truly a stretch of understanding what a city has to go through for a piece of land. We had 6 blocks we had to redo that from a fire. And so they will come out. They have different things they can come out for as long as you want. But I think HOAs, I think community, if we could get them in here a couple of times it would be a little version of what we had to go through. But just understanding all of if you place this here, that may, because we had our analyst there, so she was plugging in, well, we're in the red now. Now we're in the black, but only by this much. We're not making the performa. So it would just be maybe a good thing for community to just get a little piece of what has to be done. Denver mayors met this week. I was with them, the metro area folks, 2 days this last week, and the state people 1 day. After we did the ULI stuff, mayor from Denver invited us to have dinner, and then we went to the stock show. And then Thursday was an all-day meeting for the state mayors at CML. And then Thursday afternoon, I left a little early because we did have the grand opening at Westminster Chamber offices. They're fantastic, and people need to go see. And they have spaces for if you have ideas of something in your head you want to do, they're there to help you to get something started up. And they have great, great resources. Saturday then, I had an 8-hour day with Metro Mayors for their retreat. We had that in Brighton, so it was a little dicey. And I want to say to all of our snowplow drivers, I knew exactly when I left Westminster. And the big thing from everyone around that table was local control. The city's not changing their comp plan because of the 1313 bill, that they didn't want their staffs working on stuff that has no consequences anyway, and the state doesn't know what each city needs. So there was just huge discussion about that. We talked about priorities, and that was all these tables where we kept going around. So that hasn't been compiled yet. As soon as we see that, I'll send that out. Then I left there and went to the Averson thing. I gave all of the handouts that it was Counselor Ireland and Counselor Houghton, her husband and myself that went, and I gave him all of the handouts that we got and suggested maybe he and a team of our folks would love to go over there because he'd love to show off. It's beautiful. His highest bill for the year for utilities has been $180 for the year. His windows are 4 pane. He's got 8-inch walls. He has got a pretty, and you can watch it on PBS. I don't know if they carry things on there that you go to their website and look, but it was actually showed that night, and the person that did all the talking in that piece, he was there. So it was a great thing, and he welcomes tours. If there's any citizens looking, he would love to do that. This morning we had the call with the lobbyists and staff, and we're just waiting for some major bills to go. So at everything I was at, the name of the game is if there's a bill that has dollars, it'll be dead. We have 2 minutes to get to the dice. Welcome to tonight's meeting of January 27th, 2025. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the Westminster City Council meeting of January 27th, 2025. We appreciate your attendance and would like to remind everyone that our meetings are governed by the rules of decorum, which are posted inside the chamber doors. These rules are in effect during all meetings, including breaks and transitions. To ensure welcoming and respectful environment, we kindly ask everyone to adhere to the following expectations. No attendee shall disrupt the meeting. Threats and intimidation are strictly prohibited. Audible expressions of support or opposition for any speaker are not allowed. Signs and placards are prohibited inside the chamber. All attendees must remain seated in the designated seats and refrain from occupying aisles or blocking doors. Thank you for your cooperation and understanding as we work together to maintain a productive and respectful meeting. If you are here to speak during public comment, please sign up in the lobby. Sign up closes at 7:15. Roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia.
Present.
Councillor Demott.
Present.
Councillor Zadi.
Here.
Councillor Hott.
Present.
Mayor McNally.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Here.
Councillor Ireland.
Here.
Thank you. That brings us to the minutes of January 13th. Councillor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of January 13th, 2024 City Council meeting as presented.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of January 13th, 2024. It should be 25.
Yeah, I'd like to amend that to 2025, please.
Any objections? Councillor, oh. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to our fun evening. Great to see everybody here. We're going to present Employee Service Awards. We are going to not do it as it's listed in the background materials. We're going to do it so everybody goes in a different flow so that you don't see us coming and going and get car sick. So our first one, and we just want to thank everybody for being here, friends, family. I see a lot of colleagues here, different people getting their awards. Thank you to you people who give them to us for the work that they do here. And you are as much part of this presentation, and we hope you will come down with the awardee and be recognized. Councillor Carmelia.
All right. Okay. I have the honor of the first presentation. So would Jesse Molinar please come up? All right. Yeah, come right up here. Everyone come on up.
Thank you.
Excellent. Hello, Jesse. Would you take a second to introduce everyone with you?
Hello. These are my sons and my nephew, my boy Branson, my boy Gavin, and my nephew Jace. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up, and I'm going to have you hold some of this now because my hands are full. All right, here you are.
Thank you.
That is your certificate, and I believe there's something good in there.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Yes. All right. A little bit about Jesse. So Jesse was hired in 2000 as a firefighter EMT. He has worked most of his career at fire stations 1, 2, and 6. He was promoted to engineer in 2003 and has worked in that capacity since. Jesse helped develop the car seat program, assisted with the Santa program, and participated in decorating the Christmas tree at Fire Station 1. He has received 6 life-saving pins, assisted with the city's bilingual program, coordinated the fire hose purchasing and mending program, and is an active member of the Department Apparatus Committee designing and purchasing fire trucks and engines for the past 15 years. Jesse states he has a wonderful 25 years here at the city in the fire department and works side by side with great people. He also states he is very proud to share with people that he is a member of an elite team. Jesse lives with 2 of his 3 boys in Johnston, where he grew up, and he enjoys his time with his extended family, raising his sons, working on construction projects, assisting with the high school wrestling team, and is an active member of Johnston City Council. Oh, you're active there too. Good job. Congratulations. Big round of applause for Jesse. Thank you. 25 years is a long time. Thank you. Thank you for your work. I have a feeling we have some photos. All right. Oh, of course. I'm gonna set this down.
Everyone ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Councilor Azadi is next.
Okay, Eric Lindenberger, can you come up? Can you introduce everyone?
Sure. This is my daughter Maggie and my wife Amber.
And this is for you.
I'll just give that to her.
Eric Lindenberger was hired in 2000 as a firefighter. 1, he is currently the Deputy Fire Chief of Operations. Over the course of his career, he has served in the roles of Firefighter 1, Firefighter 2, Paramedic, Lieutenant, Captain, Battalion Chief, this is a long list, Interim Deputy Chief, and now Deputy Fire Chief. Eric helped create the department's Youth Fire Setter Intervention Program, Child Passenger Restraint Program, and currently leads the department's Cancer Awareness and Prevention Committee. Eric has been the recipient of 3 life-saving awards. Eric and Amber have been married for over 25 years and have 2 daughters. One is a sophomore at Colorado State University, and the other recently graduated from Oregon State University. Clap for that. In his free time, Eric writes frequently for industry publications, presents at conferences, and enjoys running, biking, fly fishing, reading, woodworking, and spending time with his family. Congratulations.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Richard Martin, can you please come down? Can you introduce everyone?
Yeah, this is my wife, Sarah.
This is for you.
Yep.
This is for you. Perfect, thank you. Richard Martin began his career as a firefighter in 2000 and was promoted to engineer in 2004. He advanced to lieutenant in 2014 and captain in 2021, currently serving as the captain at Station 6. Throughout his career, Rich has been recognized with multiple honors, including the Elks Firefighter of the Year Award in 2013 and 4 life-saving awards. Clap for that. For the past 16 years, Rich has been a member of the Westminster Wildland team, participating in numerous large-scale incidents across the nation. He plays a key role in providing emergency operational support at the federal, state, and county levels. Rich represents the City of Westminster as part of the Jefferson County Incident Management Team and has been deployed with the Colorado Department of Homeland Security and the Colorado State Incident Management Team to assist in various emergencies, including Hurricane Florence in North Carolina, 2018, as the Deputy Chief of Operations, Hurricane Ian in Florida in 2022 as the Incident Safety Officer, and Hurricane Helene in North Carolina 2024 as the Deputy Chief of Operations. Outside of his professional responsibilities, Rich enjoys hobbies such as rebuilding cars, Whoa, that's complicated. Restoring his 1901 Denver home, surfing, traveling, and spending quality time with his wife, Sarah. Congratulations.
And I'll just hold the envelope right behind you. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Next, Counselor Demott.
Can Jeffrey Held please join me up front? I have to share, this is one of my favorite things to get to do, and I've never got to hand one of the checks out, so that's fun. Here's that. Gonna hand you that. Thank you. Real quick, I just want to point out, you round up to 100 years of experience in fire that we've just honored. There's another 100 years, actually 180 years that the mayor's going to honor across different departments. But I think that's a testament to this city and the folks that serve it. So with that, do you have anything you'd like to share before I read this?
Not really.
No? All right. How come nobody came up here with you? You guys, I mean, I see everybody in uniform. No?
Joe, come up here.
Yeah. Don't leave him up here alone. This is a team sport.
Hold his hand.
Told you you were coming up.
All right. So Jeffrey was hired as a firefighter in 2000.
That's my boss.
Okay. Now I'm going to wait now. I'm not ashamed to shame firefighters. Make you come up.
This is our group.
Excellent. So do you want to introduce your crew so everybody knows, at least that's listening?
So Scott Wilmus is the captain. He's in charge of the rig. This is Joe DiTiro. He drives the rig. And I sit in the back seat and do all the work.
Somebody's got to. Well, we appreciate all your service. So Jeffrey was hired as a firefighter in 2000. He has been a member of the North Area Technical Rescue Team since 2005, a member of the North Area Technical Rescue Team leadership since 2015, and a member of the CO Task Force 1 FEMA Urban Search and Rescue since 2015. He is a former member of the Adams and Jeffco Hazmat team from 2001 to 2019, the Wildland team from 2007 to 2015, and a cadre member of our 2017 North Area Fire Academy. Jeffrey was the lead instructor for trench rescue at North Area Technical Rescue Team Academies and trainings from 2009 to 2015. He is currently a lead instructor for collapse rescue at the North Area Technical Rescue Team Academies in training since 2015, an instructor for Coal Creek Fire Department since 2012, a lead for the training program for Coal Creek Fire Department since 2019. Jeffrey is responsible for the budget and purchasing of rescue equipment for the city's fire department and CPR instructor. Jeffrey was the 2013-2014 Westminster Elks Lodge Firefighter of the Year, has 2 life-saving medals and 2 life-saving pins. Jeff and his wife Stacy have been married for 16 years and have a 2-year-old lab that hunts and fishes with Jeff. Jeff also teaches and takes disabled veterans fly fishing in his free time. Let's thank Jeff for his service.
Perfect. All right, you guys ready? All right, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Jeanette Wolf. Introduce who's here.
These are my daughters, Allie and Kirsten.
I will give you this.
Thank you.
Our 25-year people get a $2,500 check, so spend it with fun. Jeanette Wolf began her employment in January of 2000 as a part-time Water Resources and Treatment Secretary. In 2005, she became a full-time, where she remained until October 2007, and she was promoted to her current position as a Water Resource Technician. In her Water Resources roles, Jeanette has enjoyed learning about complex water law and gaining an understanding of water right decrees. And that is a whole nother world, isn't it? She maintains and reports on the city's Stanley Lake water rights through extensive daily raw water accounting that has been audited and approved by the State Engineer's Office of the Colorado Division of Water Resources. Jeanette was part-time of the Teams in Action CMO Choice Award for the drought response in 2003, received the City's Spirit Award in 2009, and was the recipient of the Public Works and Utilities Icon Award in 2018. Jeanette is a Colorado native and has been married for 45 years and a Westminster resident for the past 43 years. Where were you those other 2 years?
Florida and California.
Oh, well, I'm glad you landed here. She loves spending time with her daughters and playing with her 2 grandsons. In her free time, Jeanette enjoys taking nature walks, reading, and weekend getaways with her husband.
Let's see if we can hold this straight up and down so we can see it. Perfect. Yeah, show it off. There we go. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Eric Stones. Introduce us to who's here.
This is my wife, Cozy, and my twins, TJ and Marissa. Marissa, TJ, sorry.
25-year pin.
Thank you.
Here's his $2,500. Eric Stones was hired as a firefighter in 2000 and currently holds this position. He has been an acting engineer for the past 20 years and has also served as an acting officer over the past 17 years. Eric has been assigned to Fire Station 2 for the past 20 years and hopes to retire from Station 2 when that time comes, but not too soon, right? Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that look on your face. Currently, he is a member of the Westminster Fire Department Technical Rescue Team and the North Area Technical Rescue Team, which has been a part of for the past 20 years. He is also a member of the Westminster Hazardous Materials Team and the North Area Adams Jeffco Hazardous Materials Team for the last 11 years. Eric also serves on the Westminster Fire Department Honor Guard. When off duty, Eric remains active and loves to ski, fish, play golf, and be outdoors. He loves spending time with his wife of 30 years, Cozy, and their oldest daughter, Maddie, and twins, Missy and TJ, who are all graduates of the University of Kansas. Let's hear it for the Jayhawks. Eric's places of peace are the beaches of Mexico and the ski slopes of Colorado.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Brian Pogenglass. The whole crew's here. I remember when you were in buggies. Introduce us.
This is my wife, Flexi, Nolan, Addie, Hudson, and Evan.
Here's your 25-year
Thank
pin.
you.
That's $5. Okay. Brian Pogenglass started his career working in with juvenile offenders as a residential treatment facility before beginning his work for the city in January of 2000 as the domestic violence probation officer. In February of 2001, he was promoted to probation supervisor, where he supervised adult offenders and led the overall operation of the city's probation sector. In that position, Brian helped to create and launch the Wellness Court program and implemented the Responsibility and Accountability Support Team, RASP, to provide vouchers to assist in removing the financial barrier that prohibits some low-income clients from achieving success while on probation. In May of 2022, Brian was appointed acting court administrator and formally assumed that position in January of 2023. While in that position, he has worked to implement a digital citation import process and improve the use of electronic processes within the court. During his tenure with the city, Brian was involved with the Employee Recognition Action Team from the August 2003 through December 2022. Outside of the city, Brian graduated from the Metro North Leadership Program in 2007, joined the Leadership Advisory Board following graduation, and served on that board until it was disbanded in 2023. While on that board, he held the positions of Executive Team Chair, Vice Chair, and Secretary. In 2014, the Metro North Chamber of Commerce recognized him as their Leadership Person of the Year. Each March, Brian participates. You had to put that in there, didn't you? In the city's St. Baldrick's Foundation fundraiser, and in his free time, Brian enjoys spending time with his family, visiting national parks, skiing, and attending concerts. And how much money have you raised for St. Baldrick's and kids' cancer research?
I don't know how much I have. We've raised as a city over 200,000 now. Yeah.
And my grandson, when he was here with us, shaved his head many a time and loved it, because if you've seen him for St. Baldrick's, it can be orange and blue and green, and I don't know how the only way to get it off is shave it, so. Thanks, Roy.
All right, everyone all together. Everyone looking at me, big smile. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations, Brian.
Robert Pacheco. I see somebody taking a picture. Are they supposed to be up here with you?
She's a little shy.
Shy? Do you want us to come down there and do this?
She doesn't want the check.
She doesn't want the check. Okay. You get it.
Nah, thank you.
Robert Pacheco has proudly served the city of Westminster for 25 years. He has held a variety of positions in the Public Works and Utility Department and is currently in the position of Storm Water Inspector. He has played a key role in ensuring the smooth functioning and upkeep of the city, utilizing his vast knowledge of systems, process, and community needs. His deep understanding of the city's infrastructure, combined with his commitment to excellence, has earned him respect and admiration of colleagues and city officials alike. Beyond his professional achievements, Robert is a devoted father and grandfather, cherishing time with his family. His warmth, kindness, and generosity have made him a great friend to many, both within the workplace and in his personal life. Known for his willingness to help others and share his insights, Robert is a trusted mentor and a source of support for those around him. His legacy in Westminster extends beyond the city's infrastructure. He has fostered connections and friendships that will endure for years to come. Thanks for all you do.
Yep. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
It's a good thing we don't have to do 4, 5, 6.
Right.
Drew Smith. Want to say anything?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
We had a big game of rock, paper, scissors this morning to see who was going to come support me tonight. So you guys won. So thanks, guys, for being here for me tonight. I appreciate it. My wife and kids couldn't be here tonight, so they send their condolences.
They had a school function or something?
The kid had a fever, so I thought it was best that he stayed, but I got my other family here.
Great.
And good to know that our family is protecting your houses tonight.
Drew Smith was hired in January of 2005 as a police officer trainee and was promoted to the police officer position 6 months later. In 2023, Drew was promoted to police commander within the community safety section, working with the traffic team, school resources officers, SWAT team, and at community events and engagements. Throughout his career, Drew has held various roles, including field training officer, detective, special enforcement officer, SWAT officer, and driving instructor. In 2020, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant, where he was a patrol sergeant, supervised SROs, and helped with traffic supervisor roles. Outside of work, Drew enjoys spending time with his family, has been married to his wife Nicole for 15 years, and together they have 2 sons, ages 11 and 14, who keep them very busy with athletics and coaching. Congratulations.
That's okay.
Okay.
I'm glad to be here. All right. All ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Matt Bueno. Snooze, you lose. Here's your pin.
Thank you.
And would you like to introduce us?
This is my wife, Stephanie, and 2 coworkers, Roger and Andrea.
Matt Bueno joined the City of Westminster's Utility Division as a maintenance worker in December of 2004 and has held the position of Utilities Operations Supervisor on the distribution construction team since December 2018. During his time in utilities, Matt has been directly involved in the replacement of over 60 miles of water main line, or 13% of the 471 miles of distribution mains that provide safe drinking water to the public. In 2016, Matt was awarded the Cities of Westminster Safety VIP Award and with CIRSA Safety Champion Award, where he got to meet Terrell Davis. That was fun. With his heavy equipment experience, Matt has helped set 6 of the 8 sculptures at the Armed Services Tribute Garden. I always wondered who did that. Now I know. Matt will be celebrating 22 years of marriage with his wife, Stephanie, this coming March, and together they have 1 son, Matthew, who is currently going to college, 3 dogs. What kind?
They're all mutts. So.
Oh, that's the best kind, and 2 cats. His wife enjoys going on cruises, so in turn, Matt does too. Very smart. That's the reason you've been married 22 years. They just returned from the 14-day Hawaiian cruise on January 26th. So are you a little off with your timing? Yeah. In his free time, Matt enjoys hunting, fishing, watching superhero movies with his son, playing video games, and taking care of his 100 and his 325-gallon saltwater aquariums. What kind of floors do you have that hold that kind of water?
Concrete drain.
Congratulations. Cynthia Benjamin. You're here all by yourself? Or they just didn't want to come up? Oh. Do you want to say anything? No. Okay. Cindy began volunteering at the Irving Street Library in early 2004 and was hired as a library page in October of 2004. She continued in this part-time position while raising her children, or her family. In 2015, Cindy was able to take on the role of Library Clerk 1 in the technical services area at College Hill Library. She became an expert at processing library materials and took on the responsibility of managing the supplies budget for the library. After 3 years, Cindy became a Library Clerk 2 and continued to take on more responsibility within the library. In 2017 and 18, Cindy and her colleagues went through a total reconstruction of the physical workflow of library items and implemented a process for improvements which resulted in a 90% increase in efficiency. Whoa. This freed Cindy up to cross-train in higher level functions and was able to connect patrons to materials so much faster. In January of 2023, Cindy's title was changed to Collection Management Specialist. Cindy enjoys spending time with her family and has been married to her husband John for 36 years. They have 3 adult children who all live in Colorado. She enjoys watching Hallmark movies, reading, hiking, taking drives in the mountains, and playing with her 2 grand dogs. And what are they?
One of them is a pit bull, and the other one is a husky mix.
Cool. 4-legged friends are the best. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You didn't count for us.
A little sneaky. I did it while they were flying.
It's unusual, but tonight we have Just Served members presenting the Citizen Award. Tina Harding, Kelly Lewis, Michelle Stansett, Janella Carlson, and Carly Smith, come on down.
Thank you. We'll let everybody come on up. So, good evening. My name is Tina Harding. I am the Westminster Just Served Specialist, and I'm joined tonight by Kelly Lewis and Michelle Stansel, who are in the Denver North area Just Served Specialists. Janella Carlson and Carly Smith are on the Communication Council for the Westminster Stake for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and we are here tonight to present an award to the city, to Mayor McNally, and to honor the many people who work to build a culture of volunteerism in the city of Westminster. The city of Westminster loves volunteers. Mayor McNally proclaims Westminster Volunteer Week in April each year as a part of the National Volunteer Week and Global Volunteer Month. Her written and posted proclamation acknowledges the power and strength that volunteers have to make a positive difference in building community. It also recognizes the giving of oneself empowers the giver as well as the recipient. In addition to this annual proclamation, the City of Westminster has many people who direct and encourage an ongoing volunteer mission. Their mission states, "We believe in providing skilled, motivated, trustworthy, caring volunteers who support the city's mission and spirit values to enhance essential and expanded city services. We value our volunteers and give them the opportunity to invest their time and see the diverse impact they have on the city organization and community," end quote. Our city encourages participation from people in all walks of life, participating as individuals as well as in groups. It encourages help to care for open spaces, support city events, and to care for the individual in a variety of ways. I know even in the last few months, we've had great experiences working side by side with the mayor as well as a few city council members in various projects to help build community in Westminster. We at Just Serve also value volunteerism and know the difference it can make for both the giver and the receiver. We applaud the City of Westminster's commitment and continuing efforts to encourage citizens to get out and take part in building and strengthening Westminster. We thank you for all that you do and congratulate you on receiving this award. Thank you. I forgot the award.
Let me just say while she's getting something that Martha Hines is the working cog for all of our volunteers. Always when we have our volunteer appreciation, it's always over $1 million worth of work our volunteers do, whether it's open space, whether it's park and rec, whether it's libraries, the police department, the fire stations, whatever it is, it's you, the people of Westminster, that give. And those are things that we couldn't replace, and if we had to, it would cost us much more than we could afford. So we can't work without volunteers. All of the people that are members of our staff here know that volunteers are number one, but Martha Hines is the brains behind everything.
That's great. Thank you.
Slide it out. Oh, stop. Goodness.
There we go. Balance it out. Then I get the microphone. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, guys.
I will just share, we're getting ready for public comment. If you don't want to stay for that, now is the time to exit, and we understand you have homes to go to or parties to celebrate your favorite people tonight. So thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Congratulations. Great job. Thank you.
I was coming around.
Thank you. Thank you all for your hard work.
Dino says hi, and I never got the
I know.
chicken mole.
I can make it again.
I know, I got to say, thanks for coming back around.
Thank you. Appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Cheers, have a great night.
I will. Thank you.
The public portion of the meeting is an opportunity for the public to communicate with City Council. Each participant will be given no more than 3 minutes on any topic they choose. Public comment is not intended to be a back and forth discussion. If there's a public hearing scheduled for the item of which you wish to speak, please hold your comments and testify when the public hearing is called. Tonight, there is one public hearing on the City of Westminster's consent for the dissolution of the 144th Metro District Numbers 1 and 2. This evening, the city clerk has informed me that we have received no emails and no voicemails by the deadline, and we have 16 speakers tonight. I also know that we have some Spanish speakers that will need translation. You will each have, the person speaking in Spanish will be given 3 minutes, and the person speaking in English will be given 3 minutes. First person, please.
Our first speaker is Denise Barunda.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Denise Barunda, and I am here to speak on behalf of Growing Home. I am the community organizer, and we do food pantry, coaching program, parent-to-teacher program, and rental assistance. I'm here to speak on behalf of the housing inspection program. During our rental assistance, we hear a lot of families that have issues with their landlords, whether that is black mold. We had a family that testified that a 10-year-old was suffering with asthma because of the mold, and the landlord wouldn't fix it. And there was other issues such as no heat or running water, bed bugs, unsafe staircases, and even a aging plumbing issue that leaked human waste from the ceiling to people's houses. And these are not conditions that people should be living in, and they're all things that could be fixed within the housing inspection program. But the thing is that there's no meaningful remedies that can really enforce the rights in courts unless these people come to court and sue their landlords, but they don't have enough money, or they have language barriers, or they're even intimidated by their landlords or afraid to get governments to join into their homes. Therefore, this is the housing inspection program is something that really needs to be dealt with and would be very helpful. And even in the long run, there will be impacts that will help. As part of Growing Home, we have wraparound services like rental assistance and food pantry, but we also work with families that directly work with kids. A lot of the stories that we see is that this program helps a lot of those families maintain, if they weren't for this program, a lot of families would be suffering with lifelong illnesses, and they would have more medical issues, and there's going to be a lot more issues that happen, like dangerous molds. And we see that it also helps there is kids that are struggling because of the molds, because they can't hit certain milestones, and there's a lot of trauma and stress that come with it, so therefore they're not excelling in school. And we also see that it's helping a lot of, or rather decreasing a lot of families in the employment, because they're not allowed, because they're taking care of their kids and then they're not going to work. Lastly, we see that if by not helping this program, there's going to be a lot of safety that goes along with it. There's going to be more people that are facing crimes, and it's just helping this program is going to help those communities that we see in the daily lives, whether that is helping them with safety illnesses or hitting milestones. And it is something that the housing and program is something that we need, with more inspectors with more capacity, and especially those who speak Spanish and communicate with those families to help share those stories.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Bossman. Robert Bossman. I'll come back to him.
Okay.
The next speaker is Mary Ramirez.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Hello, my name is Mary Ramirez, and I live at Westbury Apartments off Pecos. I am a United for a New Economy member. I have lived in Westbury for less than a year, but I have lived in Colorado for most of my life. I am a mother of 7 and a grandmother of 17. I raise my kids on my own for work. I am a manager at Pizza Hut and take a lot of pride in my work and putting extra hours and doing double shifts. Even with all my extra work, I still live paycheck to paycheck, with almost evicted at the end of 2024 because of my hours were cut. I have been a hard worker and a strong person my whole life, even dealing with my seizures on top of being a single mom. I have dealt with a number of living conditions living at Westbury. In the Westminster area in general, I consider myself an expert in getting rid of bed bugs because I have no deal to deal with them, and so many times my current apartment is obviously not insulated and making it hot in the summer and very cold in the winter. The lack of insulation means that there are so many barriers. I feel like my neighbors are living in my apartment with me because of the sound and temperatures. It makes my place uncomfortable and unpeaceful. This is harmful for me, especially after working a double and needing my rest. The water in my apartment also is not temperature controlled, and the appliances are old and cheap. Knowing that I work extremely hard and live here, that it isn't good for good conditions to make me feel my valued and unheard my property manager. For the reason I'm requesting that the city add 3 more rental housing inspectors who is fluent in Spanish. More inspectors will get living condition issues addressed quicker. Hold landlords accountable for bad corporate behavior and taking burden off the tenant's complaint and based process, as well as knowing in the city is working to improve current housing and to unveil the repairs that will help the city to do that. Not only will 3 inspectors help the city, but it will also help our tenants and deserve a safe and comfortable place of home of getting 3 more inspectors in the step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carl McGurl.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Carl, and I'm 80 years young. I'm a retired Navy vet, disabled, a nurse, and now a member of United for New Economy. I'm living on a fixed income, which has become incredibly difficult. I currently work 7 days a week, 8 hours a day, 365 days a year, to live in my apartment, which isn't even safe or healthy. I have COPD, so having a safe and healthy home is crucial to my health. Since moving into the atrium 2 years ago, I haven't endured winters without a working heater, including temperatures reaching sub-zero temperatures. According to the U.S. Department of Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, cold indoor conditions contribute to high blood pressure and respiratory issues. This situation feels like elder abuse to me. My front door has been not worked since 2022. My pipes have flooded my apartment. Human waste has appeared in my house through the ceiling. I've submitted multiple maintenance requests by phone, certified letter, and through the city's complaint process. My heater was finally fixed on December the 28th of 24, but only with the assistance of someone skilled in navigating the complaint-based process to support me. The current process requiring tenants document the landlord non-compliance and repeatedly following up is not accessible for seniors or those with disabilities. That's why I'm here this evening. Westminster is planning to approve its annual budget. It's crucial to increase rental housing inspectors because the city does not at this time have enough staff to investigate the complaints. They are relying on landlords to self-certify, which doesn't work. Adding 3 more inspectors with 1 who is fluent in Spanish will help ensure problem landlords can no longer self-certify repairs, reducing the burden on the tenants. This would allow the city to have the capacity to actually visit property and hold corporate landlords accountable. Every Westminster resident deserves a safe and comfortable home, regardless of age, income, or background. And in these inspectors, a step towards achieving that vision. I thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tony Torres. Tony Torres. Okay, we'll come back at the end. Charlotte Wolf. Okay.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm reading this testimony on behalf of Anique Marshall. Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Anique Marshall, and I currently live at the Atrium Apartments on Stewart Street. I have lived at the Atrium for 11 years. I am a member for United for a New Economy. As a native Coloradan, both my parents were big members of the community who showed me what it was like to be in community and connected with neighbors. The Atrium was my first place that I got all on my own after both my parents died. I saw it as my big break. Today, even as a manager of the floral department at King Soopers, I am still living paycheck to paycheck to live in a place with bad conditions. As an active union member of UFCW, I have always fought for my dignity and respect in the workplace. Now I am fighting for my dignity and respect in my home and community. In my 11 years at the Atrium, I have dealt with pests, mold, floods, leaks, and bad appliances, just to name a few issues. Over the summer, my air conditioner was replaced and the new AC unit was much smaller than the old one. This meant that outside elements, including the hot summer air and now the cold winter breeze, were getting into my apartment through the huge gap in the wall where my old unit was. This has made it hard to regulate temperatures, making both me and my dog either too hot or too cold, depending on the weather. 3 more rental housing inspectors are needed to ensure Westminster renters can live dignified lives. Westminster's 2023 Housing Needs Assessment shows that nearly half of the housing units in Westminster were built in the 70s and 80s. How can we expect these older units to be in good condition without landlords upkeeping them and without the city holding landlords accountable because they lack the staff and capacity to? Adding 3 more rental housing inspectors with one who could speak fluent Spanish would create more landlord accountability and make the complaint-based inspection program easier to navigate for all tenants. We all deserve dignity and respect, especially in the place we call home. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Heather Gates.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Heather Gates. I live in the same apartment she said. I was born in Thornton and I live in Adams County, Westminster, almost all my life. I'm a single mom to a young baby named Adeline. My daughter is not even a year old, and I have she had multiple heart surgeries due to her heart condition. For work, I work at a daycare inductor and was recently promoted to a lead of a classroom. This job allows me to get a discount childcare for my daughter, although I still have to pay $115 a week. As a young mom, I want a safe and comfortable place to raise my daughter. I've been and being low income, that feels impossible. My time at the apartment complex has been full of issues. When I first moved in, my refrigerator was broken. This only wasted $50 of food, which is a lot for me as a single mother. But it also forced me to eat out until it was fixed, again wasting a lot of money for a single mother like me. As well, there is a big gap along the door that lets freezing cold air into my apartment. This makes both me and my daughter uncomfortable. Cold indoor conditions have been associated with high blood pressure and heart conditions, as well as depression. My daughter and I deserve to be in warm in our home, especially considered that Adeline is already dealing with a weak heart. Lastly, my lock is broken, makes it very difficult to lock. As someone who lived through domestic violence is a triggering to life in a home. that cannot be secured locked. I worry about my safety as a single mother, but also the safety of my baby. This is why I'm asking the city to add 3 more rental housing inspectors to this budget. Currently, the city lacks of capacity and physical investigation every complaint. Increased staff while the city ability to hold bad landlords.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thanks.
Our next speaker is William Gates.
Welcome.
Hi there, Mayor and council members. My name is William Gates, and I am a friend and co-parent with Heather Gates. I have lived in Westminster for many years, residing in places like Terrace Gardens and rented a trailer home. I work as a housekeeper for the Marriott in Denver, the Denver area, and my goal is to be an amazing role model for a male role model for Heather's baby daughter, Adeline. Living in Westminster as a low-income individual, I've experienced a lot of issues. I was at Terrace Gardens, living there for a while, and there was horrible roach issues that was never resolved. They only sprayed once and didn't even spray the correct way. And it was hard to sleep because the roaches would fall from the ceiling onto my face in the middle of the night. I felt uncomfortable and itchy all the time. Beyond that, the general maintenance was lacking. I was embarrassed about the cracks on my ceiling and obviously the obvious lack of upkeep. As a renter, I want to live without fear for my health, safety, or well-being in my own home, especially for my friend and her daughter. That is why I'm asking the city to include in its budget to hire 3 additional rental inspectors. These three additional inspectors will help hold landlords, especially corporate ones, accountable and will give the city the capacity to physically investigate every complaint. If there were more inspectors, they could have made sure that Terrace Gardens was sprayed the right way for roaches and the ceiling cracks were fixed. It is also essential that at least one of the inspectors is bilingual in Spanish and English to better serve the 10% of Westminster residents who primarily speak English or Spanish. We all deserve a safe place to call home. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carmen Medrano.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here reading Yuduwana Chacin's testimony. My name is Yuduwana, and I'm a member of United for a New Economy. I'm a single mother who works hard as a house cleaner to provide for my family. For the past 9 months, I have lived at the Atrium apartment complex on Stewart Street, right next to Westminster High School. We all know that moving is expensive. I paid $1,200, which included a deposit and the first month's rent, to move into my home. After spending all that money, you'd expect your apartment to be ready to welcome you. But from the moment I stepped into my unit at the Atrium, I was met with problems. Flooding from the dishwasher, a leaking ceiling in the bathroom, electrical outlets that didn't work, and no working cooling or heating. I was fortunate that the maintenance worker who lived below me spoke Spanish and was able to help me file a complaint with the landlord and move to a new apartment. But even in my new unit, the issues persist. I'm here tonight to urge City Council to hold corporate landlords like those at the Atrium accountable for maintaining safe and livable housing. One way to create that accountability is by investing in 3 additional rental housing inspectors, including hiring at least 1 bilingual Spanish speaker. About 10% of Westminster residents, like me, speak Spanish. Just because we don't speak English fluently doesn't mean our rights should be ignored. We pay rent and we deserve safe and dignified homes. Thank you for your time and consideration. I urge you to support the addition of these 3 rental housing inspectors. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bev Bishop.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members, and my name is Bev Bishop. I'm a longtime resident of South Westminster. I'm a retiree and a small landlord rather than a renter. I'm also a proud member of the United for a New Economy, UNE. I also volunteer at a local food pantry, which has given me a lot of insight into the many challenges that are faced by lower income residents living particularly in older apartment complexes in South Westminster and also throughout our city. Through my work with UNE, I have actually spoken with some of the renters here in Westminster and about their experiences and concerns. 2 major issues always come up: the high cost of rent and the poor living conditions in their apartments. When I asked for details, they shared stories about what you've heard already tonight: mold, flooding, burst pipes, backing up into their homes, and other serious problems. These renters have submitted repair requests repeatedly, and yet nothing is done. The impact of these poor housing conditions can't be overstated. They contribute to a range of health issues, including respiratory infections, asthma, injuries, lead poisoning, and even poor mental health. Nobody in Westminster should have to fear for their health, safety, and well-being in their home, whether that be a house or an apartment. So that's why I'm urging you to support the addition of these 3 additional staff members to the rental inspection program. It's also essential that one of these inspectors be bilingual in Spanish and English, because many tenants in these apartments, particularly in the south part of town, speak primarily Spanish. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kristen Wannock for Unique Marshall.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kristen Winnock, and I'll be reading testimony of a renter at the Atrium Apartments who couldn't be here this evening. I'm actually reading for Eric Ashwood. He says, "Hello, councilors and Mayor McNally. My name is Eric Ashwood, and I currently live at the Atrium Apartment Complex. I have only lived here about 6 months, and I originally moved from Texas. I am a member of United for a New Economy. The reason that I moved here is because I no longer felt safe in Texas as a trans person. It felt like my health and safety were at risk just by being my authentic self. Colorado was supposed to be my path to a life of greater safety and comfort. However, when I moved into the Atrium, I realized that was a pipe dream. I have dealt with a number of issues in my short 6 months here. The roach infestation was so bad that I had to throw out all of my food and my dog George's food. My microwave and oven both didn't work for over a week when I first moved in, meaning I had no ability to cook in my new apartment and was forced to rely on fast food, which is unhealthy for both me and my wallet. The heat is on constantly and cannot be controlled through my thermostat, causing drastically high temperatures that threaten both me and my dog. In order to get these issues addressed, I use the City of Westminster's complaint-based inspection process. Instead of ever coming out to my apartment to see if my issues have been resolved, the rental housing inspectors simply called my landlord.
Well, my landlord self-certified and told the city that the issues had been fixed while I continued to live with bugs, bad appliances, and uncontrollable heat. This has all been incredibly frustrating, especially considering I saw Colorado as my opportunity to live a safe, comfortable life as my authentic self. I haven't been able to relax dealing with all of this stress, and I'm not alone. According to the 2022 Westminster Community Survey, only about 23% of renters here were satisfied with the access to quality housing they can afford. For this reason, I'm urging the council to add 3 more rental housing inspectors, with 1 being fluent in Spanish, so that the city has the capacity to address complaints in person. If there were more rental housing inspectors to check on the progress of repairs, then we would see more landlord accountability and more urgency in resolving these issues. No one deserves to live like I have, and more inspectors is a step to make sure that they won't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Ortega.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I will be reading, my name is Alex. I'll be reading for Montse Ortega, who unfortunately couldn't be here today because she tested positive for COVID. And she says, my name is Montse Ortega. I'm a proud member of United for a New Economy, and I've called Westminster my home for 10 years. I deeply relate to so much what's been shared tonight. As a former renter, I've experienced this frustration of having a landlord who refuses to address multiple issues in my property that I paid rent for. Through my work, through my community work, I have spoken with many renters at Hidden Lake, particularly Spanish speakers, who have shared troubling stories of living conditions. They have reported roaches, roach infestation, malfunctioning elevators, bed bugs, absences of central heating during the winter, among other serious problems. No one should have to live in such conditions. Worse yet, when renters submit maintenance requests, they are often ignored and in some cases are threatened by the property manager, who insists that there are no issues. Renters need a city government that has the proper tools to investigate housing issues and hold landlords accountable for poor conditions that they are creating and choosing not to fix. This is why I'm here today to urge the City Council to support the hiring of 3 additional housing inspectors, which one at least needs to be bilingual in Spanish. Everyone in Westminster deserves to have a safe, healthy, and dignified place to call home. And thank you for your time and consideration and your support for ensuring fair housing for all. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dindy Gaines.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, council members. It's pronounced Gingy, like the 2 D's are J's. I'm Gingy Gaines, a Colorado native, Adams County resident. I've held various positions, including the Housing Voucher Coordinator with United Way, the Education and Outreach Coordinator with Denver Metro Fair Housing Center. I was the Redevelopment Coordinator with Denver Urban Renewal Authority, and currently I'm the Housing Stability Coordinator for the Adams County Health Department. I've been a housing professional for 15 years, specializing in fair housing and facilitating relationships between community members and government leaders. And today I'm here as an Adams County resident to support the need for additional funding for 3 additional housing inspectors, with at least 1 being bilingual, to serve our Spanish-speaking community members. Additional inspectors will increase compliance, data tracking, to enhance community trust and result in healthier, more stable housing and happier communities. Increased funding will also help preserve housing and place Westminster at the forefront of enforcing items already protected in the infrastructure of the warranty of habitability, while serving as the example for other Adams County municipalities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Margaret Martinez.
Welcome.
Thank you. Am I at the right position here? Okay. My name is Margaret Martinez. I'm a 35-year resident of Highland Greens East, right here in the city of Westminster. I'm currently the president of the HGE HOA, and I'm here tonight representing 262 homeowners with our concern. To understand our concern, I'm providing a little bit of background. The entrance to our homeowners association is at about 102nd Avenue and Lowell Boulevard. Our HOA has 1,630 linear feet along Lowell Boulevard that's designated as a city right-of-way. The official development plan for our area stipulates landscaping will be installed by the developer and maintained by the homeowners association. HGE has embraced this maintenance requirement to maintain this right-of-way that is owned by the city. That area is 1,630 feet long, about 18 feet wide, and has a sidewalk, turf, and 35 trees. We maintain the turf and do the snow removal on the sidewalk. We have also kept our 6-foot wood fence stained along that 1,600 and some foot stretch to enhance the beauty of that section of Lowell Boulevard and the city. The 35 areas in that area are 40 years old. The 35 trees in that area are 40 years old and in need of pruning and removal in some cases. For expensive items like this, our HOA does the due diligence of getting more than one bid. The city's website even suggests getting 3 bids for 3 contractors, but does not have a tree care company licensing program. Why not? Westminster is a large city. We have encountered extreme difficulty with the city in getting such bids for this right-of-way area along Boulevard. The city's website refers to the City of Denver's tree contractor information. Very confusing. I'll say more about that City of Denver shortly. We understand that any contractor doing work in the right-of-way area is required to get a city permit. In order to get such a permit, the contractor must have a Class D public way contractor license and put up a $10,000 surety. I'm not going to get through all this. I can see my time's getting straight. So basically, there's a catch-22 here that the city doesn't have the proper department to deal with this. And I've written up a whole thing that I'm going to leave with the city clerk with some suggestions on what can be done to rectify this. Because our understanding is that only one contractor has such a license in the city. That's unfair business practice, and we want the right to choose our own contractor for this work and not be saddled with using this expensive contractor. So all this outlines it, and so I'll stay within my time. I'll leave this with the city clerk. Thank you for listening, and we look forward to your help.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tom Lampo.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Tom Lampo. Hope everyone is well. As usual, it's always good to be here and lift up Westminster in prayer. For a minute, I want to speak on the events of a week ago. We made another impactful change to our lives. Change that we knew was coming, but still it might be a change not everyone was ready to embrace. But life does have consistencies, like change is inevitable. Maybe you were more comfortable with the change that occurred 4 years ago, or 8 years ago, or 16 years ago. We all have different areas of comfort. Another consistency in life comes from Malachi 3:6, which states, God says, I am the Lord, I change not. God does have an objective. He will achieve it, and that objective does not change. So a bit of encouragement. God is always vigilant. He's always looking for an opening anytime he's given it. Open yourself up. Let him know you disagree with what is happening and ask him how this came to be, or phrase it in any manner you're comfortable with. He'll meet you where you are. Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, we ask that you be with us. Your presence in Westminster is needed, and you are always welcome here. We give you all praise, glory, and honor. You wage war on our enemy strictly for us to call you God. We don't see the battles, but we do see the destruction from our enemy. Society is ever-changing. Our view of events is limited. You see the past, the present, and the future. What you see is complete. In our lives, we need what you see. We need the wisdom when all three are combined. In James 1:5, you tell us how to gain wisdom. It states, If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. In our current time, give us your wisdom, so we may see the complete picture and reasoning for our current situation. You are our God, and we are your people. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen. Thank you, guys. Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Palmer.
Welcome.
Thank you. We'll just start off real quick with the front page that you see. It's a copy of the city calendar right off the web page. If you look in the bottom corner there, you'll see where I highlighted yesterday's time and date. Looks the same as it did at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Spoke about this 2 weeks ago in this chambers, the piss poor job we're doing on the calendar. Mr. Andrews, you and I spoke about this 10 days ago, and here we are back to square one. We can do a whole lot better than this, I'm sure. Next, let's move to the next set of documents. First one you'll see is the agenda from the Historic Landmark Board the other night, and it talks about public hearing. Doesn't give any direction as to public hearing, just basically that there is a public hearing. Next document got highlighted, the application, and I've questioned why it says the city of Westminster is the owner of this property when if somebody else was there presenting that they want to do a food court. Why twice on this document does it say that? I tried to get answers this afternoon from Kate Cook, but all I got was gobbledygook from her. I think the public deserves an answer on that. Who owns this property? And if there's some contention about sale, it needs to be noted there what's going on. Not good. The next couple of documents have to do with the notification for this. The big one you'll see was the postings. Those signs are 22 inches by 26 inches, half-inch lettering. In fact, as of this afternoon, they're still down there. I invite you to drive by there on your way home this evening and try and see if you can read them without parking and getting out and going and looking at them. This was a public hearing. I do not understand why it doesn't follow the normal public hearing policy where the signs are 4 foot by 5 foot and neighbors are notified. That did not happen for this public hearing. Now, in the next sheet, you'll see where they posted all of these, the 5 on the property, the window, and here at City Hall lobby. Not everybody comes to City Hall. People that read the window, I don't know how many read the window or more or less go to the back and look at the public hearings. Now, I was directed by staff, this 11-13-7, and that would be this document that I've got highlights on. It says that public hearings are supposed to take place in the same manner as a quasi-judicial as the city council, which would mean signage, notification of neighbors. Why did that not happen? Why are we skirting? Again, I got gobbledygook this afternoon for an answer. I think that we need to relook at this whole policy and bring it in line with what's already there for public hearings, not make up things as we go like they did here. It's an insult to the people of this city. You claim to be inclusive and you claim to be transparent. None of this was inclusive or transparent. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Bossman.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Hello, my name is Robert Boston. I live in the Westbury Apartments off of Pecos. I've lived in Westbury for about 2 years, but I've lived in Colorado most of my life. I've been a homeowner, a renter, and homeless living in this state. On my own, I would never be able to afford the rent in Colorado because of the high cost of living. By receiving my Section 8 voucher has given me the opportunity to stay housed. I am grateful for the government assistance I received. I'm frustrated that the place I call home is not in good condition. Some might say that I should just suck it up and because I'm receiving assistance, but I believe that everyone deserves a dignified home regardless of what their pocket is or what they look like. I've dealt with both roaches, flying bugs, and weird creatures in my place. The appliances in the apartment are not good either, and I have a broken fridge for multiple months, and I don't know when it's going to break down. It's always making noise. I always fear that it could go out at any time and spoil my food. And the upkeep on the common area is very, very messy around. There's dogs stop all over the place, and bird and garbage and glass and everything. And it's just terrible mess sometimes. I even know a neighbor who fell down due to broken stairs, which makes me worry about the safety of everybody on the property. I thought I might find sense in being housed in, but dealing with all these issues has given me nothing but stress. It almost feels like homeless was a better option. This is why I'm requesting 3 more rental housing inspectors, which one can speak fluent English and Spanish. Having more inspectors will help in holding landlords accountable for living conditions issues, and will help get these issues resolved in a timely manner. Everyone deserves not only a place to live and call home, but a home that feels safe and comfortable as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tony Torres. Tony Torres going once. Okay, that is our final speaker.
Thank you. That brings us to City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a brief report this evening. First, I would like to thank all of our speakers who took the time to come tonight and speak. Staff does listen, and any speaker requiring follow-up, our staff will follow up with you. So thank you again for taking the time to be here this evening. Next slide, please. I have 2 city update slides tonight. The first one, we did receive some briefings in our pre-meeting. I want to emphasize that the Westminster Chamber of Commerce has now opened its downtown office, and last Thursday on January 23rd, the city celebrated the Chamber of Commerce's ribbon cutting at the new downtown Westminster location. The space will also be housing their new business launchpad, which is an incubator for the Chamber's first cohort of entrepreneurs to receive mentorship, resources, and support. Sherman Associates, one of our development partners in the downtown, built out, furnished, and donated the space to support the Westminster Chamber and its Downtown Westminster Business Association, as well as to support the small businesses all across the city. Next slide, please. This is an exciting update. The state of Colorado has awarded the city of Westminster a $108,000 grant. That's from the Colorado Energy Office Charge Ahead Colorado grant program, and that's to install electric vehicle charging stations at our key city facilities. And I can tell you, as city manager, this is one of the most common requests that we get. Why don't we have EV charging stations at City Park, Westview Recreation Center, and Irving Street Library? And those are the 3 locations that will be using this funding to install EV charging stations at those 3 locations. So station design and planning is already underway, and staff is working hard to procure additional rebates and support from Xcel Energy with the installation and operation of those 3 stations. Next slide, please. On tonight's agenda, we have accomplished a couple of these items already, and that was Employee Service Awards and also receiving a presentation and recognition from JustServe for the city's volunteer program. Next up, we will have review of our 3 consent agenda items. 1 is on consent, 2 have been removed at the request of a council member, so those 2 will be addressed separately. We then follow with a public hearing tonight, and this is the consent for the dissolution to the 144th Avenue Metropolitan District, numbers 1 and 2. And then we have a post-meeting study session with 2 items up tonight. First is the Colorado Intergovernmental Risk Sharing Agency, or CIRSA, SIRSA presentation on effective governance, and that will be led by Sam Light from SIRSA. And then finally, we'll close the evening with a presentation from our Fire Chief Burke on the fire department's budget. And I would note that that is the first of all of our department heads coming to City Council in study session to review their budget with City Council and set the building blocks for the 2026 budget building process with you. Next slide, please. This week, we have many things happening here at City Hall and in city business. On Tuesday night tomorrow, January 28th, is a Planning Commission meeting right here at City Hall, and that is at 7:00 p.m. On Wednesday, there are two events. The first is the Parks, Recreation, and Libraries Vision Plan Open House that begins at 4:30 and goes to 7:30 at our City Park Rec Center. And then we also have at the same time here at City Hall and the Environmental Advisory Board meeting, and that will run from 6:30 to 8 p.m. So there is good overlap there. If people want to attend both, they can do that. And then on Saturday, I would like to point out that this City Council and all department heads will be meeting on February 1st, Saturday, for a special study session, and that is the City Council and Department Director team building, as well as the Strategic Plan Retreat, and that will run from 8:30 to 3:30 p.m. in the Colorado River Room right here at City Hall. Next slide, please. And finally, I would like to point out our next meeting is next Monday. That is a study session, February 3rd. That will begin 6:30 right here. And there will be three presentations. One will be the Information Technology Department's budget presentation. Next will be Parks, Recreation, and Libraries Department budget presentation, and that will be followed by a session with City Council reviewing the implementation of the state planning legislation and seeking direction from City Council on some actions to take with respect to that. Next slide, please. And that closes out my presentation this evening. Mayor, you can reach me at any time at 303-658-2003 or jandrews@westminsterco.gov, and follow the city on any one of our 4 social media platforms. That's all I have.
Any questions? Councillor Hutt?
Yes, Manager Andrews, about the EV charging stations. So most EV charging stations are in the back of parking lots. They're usually in the back. And so I wanted to ask, are any of them going to be in handicapped accessible parking spaces? And if not, can we make sure that we provide that?
Thank you, Councillor. That's really good feedback and input, and I'll have that passed along to staff who will be who are currently working on the pre-design, so looking at the potential locations. So thank you very much for that, and staff will take that input into account.
Thank you so much.
See no one else. That brings us to City Council comments, and my list isn't here tonight, so I'll just peruse the room and see. Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. First, I want to say congratulations to all of the staff that are probably not any of them are left here, but that celebrated their 20 and 25 years of service, and it's just really significant to hear what they do for us. And even some, I heard you say, Deputy Dorr, that it was kind of scary to think how many life-saving awards some of them have, and I agree. That was very. Just interesting to hear, but also knowing what they're facing on a daily basis. I also want to congratulate our staff on getting the EV grant, so that's great. And I really appreciate the question that you had, Councillor Hott, so thank you for that. Did have a couple of things to note and ask staff, particularly about the residents that were with UNE and just coming from on their own volition to talk about their experiences. I think there's nothing more poignant than hearing Mr. Bozeman say that he'd maybe prefer being homeless to the conditions that he's living in, and whether or not the answer is exactly 3 inspectors to be added to our staffing, I'd like to understand maybe what, as we kind of develop the budget and think about what our needs are as a community, how we might be able to package regulatory change, some prioritization with our CDBG dollars, as well as, also siphoning out some of our home repair program funds to kind of build a suite of approaches to addressing some of the needs, again, that have been expressed by our residents. I definitely support their desire for having a bilingual inspector, and I know in hiring, sometimes it's hard to find somebody who's perfect and fits that bill, but I would say that perhaps there are synergies maybe with either Growing Home or UNE with being able to help provide translation services in a volunteer capacity if we can't find somebody that is bilingual to hire, or community navigators. Again, I think that's something that we can utilize through the organizations that are already active in our community. And I'd also like to understand how our the counties can help in terms of whether it's funding, additional CDBG dollars or home dollars or whatever grants that might be available, but also what do they do on the health department side? Is it all just commercial, or can they assist with our rental inspection program? I know we're rather unique as a community that we actually have this program. So again, I just want to make sure that as we look at this, how can we pull things together? And again, like I'm talking about CDBG dollars that could go towards an apartment repair program. I know we've put it through to larger, already affordable apartment complexes, which we did 2 last year, I think. Maybe it was the year before, but these are smaller scale in some cases, apartment complexes, and maybe we can work with them to get things moving towards better health conditions and living conditions. So sorry, I know that went long, but I was taking a lot of notes and had thoughts there. I do hope that we can work with the Highland Greens HOA regarding some of the difficulties in getting contractors, and I know it is complicated when you're trying to get somebody who has the insurance requirements that we usually do require for permits. So there's some way around that, or to work with people on that. And hopefully you can get back to Mr. Palmer regarding the Schoenberg Farms, that we do own the site, and maybe provide the information on the development agreement that we have with the developer. And I do agree that it'd be great if we can move towards consistency in public hearings for all of our quasi-judicial boards. And just one additional thought that I had going back to our rental issues in the community. Sorry, I forgot my one point here. I don't know what we have in terms of fines, but it sounds like even if we have people out and working to help identify what the issues are, if we don't have something stronger as a stick in our code that in terms of a fine or something, then I would want us to have the strength to be able to actually make a difference. So, okay, that's it.
Councillor Ireland.
I appreciate all those that came out and educated me about the living conditions of some of the apartments in our community. It's sad to hear that that is in Westminster. I would like to know who the landlords are, who owns these places. Are we allowing them to own more places? I mean, there needs to be consequences, fines, not allowing them to have more properties in our community if this is the way they're going to keep them. I'm into consequences because that changes behavior, not giving more money, consequences. And I don't know what our process is for inspection, but I want to know that process. And apparently it is not working. So I want to know what that is. Highland Greens, I don't know if they have their own liability insurance, but that would be good to know. I know the HOA I live in has their own liability insurance, so we're able to get different contractors in the city. So if someone can find that out. And I appreciate Mr. Palmer's comments about the signage and being consistent in our public hearings. There were neighbors upset over there that don't know what's going on, and I mentioned that. And so it's important that our citizens in our city know what is going next to their houses, and they're not just surprised. Thank you very much for all that came. Thanks.
Councilor Carmelia.
Thank you. Well, I had a lot to say, but right now I'd like to say ditto to both Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Ireland, so thank you. I'll just say thank you, Mr. Palmer, as always, for keeping us honest. That's appreciated, and I am also interested in following up on the tree care program and seeing if we have room for improvement there. And then as far as the housing conditions, a few months ago I did walk those apartment grounds, and of one of the complexes that was mentioned this evening. The conditions were abhorrent. I did not feel safe there, and so I just wanted to say that the gentleman who said it possibly would be better to be homeless, I do not for a moment believe he was exaggerating. So all of that said, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for providing some concrete suggestions in areas that we could possibly improve that. I'd love to follow up with a myriad of just ideas from city and seeing what we can do. And then when it comes back to the accountability piece, when our housing inspectors go on site, I'd love to understand what that accountability looks like. And then I have some questions I doubt that we can answer on the spot right now, but I'd love follow-up on, which is how many housing inspectors do we have now? And then I have a few follow-ups, so I don't know if we want to answer each of them.
Councilor, I may have to get back to you on some of these detailed questions around staffing and such. So if you want to give us the questions, and then we can follow up after the meeting.
Perfect.
For you.
Thank you. I'd like to also understand what the standard visitation process looks like. What is their responsibility when they go on site, and then what does our follow-up look like? And aligned with that, what is the full process start to finish that happens when a complaint is made? And so I just want to help better understand how we can improve that follow-up, but also what happened when those complaints were made on our side. I think that is everything I have now, so thank you so much.
Councilor Hott?
Yes, so I want to thank everyone who came out to speak tonight and talked about their inexcusable living conditions. Quite frankly, it makes me very, very angry. Clearly what we're doing right now isn't working. And so I really appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's suggestions and ideas. Thank you, Councilor Camellia, for your questions. I had some similar questions. And I share Councilor Ireland's anger and agree that there needs to be a way to keep landlords accountable because this is just, I don't even have words. It's not okay. And there was a gentleman who said that every Westminster resident deserves a safe and comfortable home, and that is absolutely true. And so whether it's hiring 3 inspectors or hiring 3 more inspectors, and absolutely one needs to be bilingual, or hiring a couple and doing some of the suggestions that Mayor Pro Tem had, we need to get this under control, and we need to do this quickly because coming from where my background, I've lived in these kind of conditions before. And when you work so hard and then your food goes spoiled, or you don't even have a refrigerator, you can't feed yourself healthy food, you can't feed your kids healthy food, you can't even keep your kids safe, you don't even know if you can keep yourself safe. It's not okay. And I'm very, very angry to hear how bad the living conditions are for some of our residents here in Westminster. So I don't even want to wait for the budget process. What can we do today? Because the budget, we're not going to be approving the budget until the end of the year. Like, that is way too long for these issues to go on. So I would like to look at what we can do today and right now, see what we can add to the budget, but we can't wait for the budget. And then also, thank you to the Highland Green HOA, and hopefully our staff can help you with the tree care program. Thank you so much.
Councilor Azadi?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say ditto to everything all my colleagues have said. I think they've said it better than I could. Everyone deserves dignity in where they live, and if our rental inspection program needs improvement, then we must do that. To pile on to the questions that Councilor Camellia had, I have a few additional ones. Do we have bilingual inspectors today? I'm actually curious about the current state. And what is the current state really regarding the self-certification claims? That is it true that we allow landlords to self-certify repairs without city oversight? So I want to know what that looks like specifically. And then the accessibility claims, right? So do we have the right city processes regarding accessibility for disabled, for seniors to actually report and document issues? So I'm just curious on all those points as well. I agree wholeheartedly with Councilor Ireland regarding the penalties. I think that is definitely an outcome that I would expect as we continue to talk this through as a council. We need stronger penalties on these landlords who are not fulfilling their end of the promise and not aligning with our program for safe living. So thank you to everyone who came out and spoke on this. And City Manager Andrews, can you give the update to everyone regarding the December 19th inspection of Atrium, or would you like me to?
Councilor, I don't have that material handy, but if you could, and then I could make a few comments after Council has made their comments this evening, that would be helpful.
So a few months ago, several of the tenants reached out to me about these issues at Atrium, and I organized the city staff to look into it. They set up an inspection on December 19th last month. The results of that was basically staff agrees with the tenants that the interior and exterior conditions are not meeting the standards of our city's rental housing program, and they are following up with the landlord directly to make those to fix those issues. And also, the next scheduled systematic inspection was going to be in 2026. Staff has accelerated that to be in a few months. So early spring of this year, they're going to go back again to do another deep inspection. So I say that just to give you guys some hope that we are not taking this lightly. We will be looking into this, and we will be discussing this as a council going forward. Thank you.
Councilor Demont?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody who came out and spoke tonight. I want to start my comments actually by a moment of silence for Holocaust Remembrance Day. That's a day that we celebrate today to basically remember the evil that happened to the Jewish people, and I would appreciate if you would take a moment of silence with me. I appreciate you doing that with me. To move on quickly, in a moment of celebration, I wanted to add to what City Manager Andrews talked about with the chamber and their celebration with their ribbon cutting in their new home. One thing that I shared with the mayor, she and I spoke about, for those of you who knew Bob Briggs is the person who basically rebooted the Westminster Chamber. And, you know, if it wasn't for his tenacity and quite frankly, just stubbornness, the Westminster Chamber probably wouldn't be the thing that it is today. And so I wanted to make sure that he got some accolades for that. He was a city council member for 2 terms, a state rep, county commissioner, RTD member. He did a lot of different things for this community, and he certainly was a champion and really believed that the Westminster Chamber was something that would be important to the business community of the city of Westminster. So I wanted to make sure that I gave him some accolades for that. I do have just a couple follow-ups to add to around the rental program. So a couple quick thoughts. I would be curious as well, Manager Andrews, to hear kind of where we think that, get actual report back. I'd like to hear how many times did we get reports that were then self-fixed, because that does seem like that might be problematic if that's going on. So I'd like to understand that. I'd like to also understand, is that our normal practice, or is it really a staffing issue, or is it just a policy issue? I'm super open to the conversation of adding budget, but is that the right solution? Or is it a matter of, do we need to fix our process? In my 8 years, I can't think of a time where, we've necessarily said that we don't have enough inspectors. So I'm curious if it's just, where it fell through the cracks or if it did. So I'd like to understand that. Additionally, in hearing the different thoughts around bilingual, I think that's super important. My question would be, is a bilingual inspector really the right way to go? Or can we extend our bilingual interpreter like we offer here, so that folks, no matter what language they have, would be able to benefit from that? I know that we have, Hmong, Russian, Hispanic, variety of South American residents that might need those services. So I would want to make sure that we don't pigeonhole ourselves into one language, because we certainly, I agree with my colleagues, we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to have a safe living space. So I wanted to add that to that subject. In terms of Mr. Palmer sharing on the signage, I would like maybe you could give us some reminders around what kind of signage we have with the different public hearings, because I know that some of them are different from my understandings. For example, with a liquor hearing, it would be good to know which ones are different, how different they are, and where we can kind of standardize them to make it easier for the public. And those are my comments.
Everyone has done a great job of summarizing our great public comments. I wish more had stuck around to hear our conversation. Manager Andrews, I'm very concerned if we are only verifying with the owner that things are done when obviously things aren't getting done. And I don't know the entire process. So us learning what the process is and how we do work, and it sounds like we have some of the issues that it can't take months. I mean, it's been freezing weather, and there has to be timelines, and I couldn't agree more. There has to be stringent consequences. We've had the opposite here. The landowners or the people that run these apartments and think we're too stringent about things, and I wish they were here to hear what we're hearing tonight. So I know it's a balancing act, but safety and especially over refrigerators not working, heat that's not working, or a new thing's been put in the window and it doesn't cover, we need to fix, and they don't have 3 months to fix it. It needs to be instantaneous. So I look forward to those conversations and reports, and to Highlands, Green, East. I hope that we can have conversation with them so they can come to some, get some stuff done over there too. So thanks everyone, and we will move on to consent agenda. Oh, sorry.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to...
the list of names, so I don't, when it's down, I don't see a red light here tonight.
Well, we will have that looked at as well. I want to make sure that council knows that staff will follow up with everything raised by the speakers and by city council members tonight. And I've already asked staff to start working on an information report to you that will summarize everything that you've asked about with respect to our rental housing program. We heard from some very affected residents tonight at some buildings in the city. The program is all-encompassing across the whole city, and so we will give you the citywide statistics. We'll also talk about the process for inspecting. Our inspectors do go into the units and do inspect physically. That's the primary role that they serve for us. So we'll put that data together, and we'll also talk about the process to go in and then the follow-up process, which is what I heard tonight. I've also asked staff to reach out to the uni representatives who were here this evening and who were part of I believe organizing many of the speakers tonight. So we will make direct contact with the uni representatives regarding there was a high degree of specificity to the request tonight, and I think some council members here talked about let's look at some of the root issues first, and then we can have a look at what maybe some of the solutions are once we understand better where the root issues are. So two things: we'll get a detailed report back as quickly as we can on the program in place today. We'll follow up with the representatives that were here tonight, and then the final note I would add is we have completely overhauled our what we call our language access program here at the city, and that's a program where we do we promote when we hire for positions the value of a second language. We pay extra for it, and we specifically welcome certain of our higher use languages, Spanish, Hmong in particular, and we are having a great degree of success. I think I wish I had the numbers on the tip of my tongue tonight. Maybe I'll provide some statistics on those, but we have significantly increased our second language capabilities in our workforce, and we're working very hard on that right now, and we're getting great response. So I will get you some statistics on that program, and I also want to note as a final note, we are testing right now in one of our departments on-person translators with respect to any of our employees may be able to interact with anybody speaking any language using these translators. There's some testing that needs to be done. It's a pretty new technology, but I just want to let you know we're looking at as much as we can, as quickly as we can, to increase our capabilities in this area. Thank you.
Great, thanks. The only other thing is when the people have the bugs, the appliances not working, whatever, I don't even know the process for how it sounds like it may be a little bit complicated of what they have to tell somebody to get it even looked at, and to me it should be pretty streamlined, even an app for them to be able to use it if they have that capabilities. But to me it should be pretty darn simple to say we have roaches, we have bed bugs, my furnace isn't working, my fridge isn't working. That's anybody can go in and see that. So it doesn't need to be complicated. Okay, that brings us to consent agenda. We have 2 items taken off, so we only have on consent agenda item A1. Councilor Dumont.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve consent agenda item 8A as presented.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda item 8A. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Dumont?
Yes.
Councilor Zadi?
Yes.
Councilor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
Councilor Ireland?
Yes.
Councilor Carmelia?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us item to B1. Councilor Dumont.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize city manager to execute an initial 2025 contract with a Moot Point Construction Company, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $750,000 for the on-call storm water open drainage maintenance project.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item B1. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Ireland.
I just want to thank staff for answering my questions pre-meeting. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Councilor Zadi?
Yes.
Councilor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
Councilor Ireland?
Yes.
Councilor Carmelia?
Yes.
And Councilor Dumont?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item B2. Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move, subject to annual appropriation, to authorize the city manager to execute 4 additional contract amendments for the years 2026 through 2029 with Amoot Point Construction Company, Inc., each with an annual expenditure not to exceed $750,000.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 8B2. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Councillor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
Councillor Ireland?
Yes.
Councillor Carmelia?
Yes.
Councillor Demott?
Yes.
And Councillor Rosati?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 8C. Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize staff to proceed with the 2025 calendar year purchases of laptop and desktop personal computers, computer servers, and software from Dell Technologies, CDWG, Insight Public Sector, Inc., and Sanity Solutions in a total amount not to exceed $3,500,000.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 8C1. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first thank you to Councilor Ireland for a robust discussion around this topic. Many of you might know this is what I do for a living. I'm an IT director, so I kind of nerd out on the IT stuff. But one thing that I think is important to note from what we heard from our IT director is the level of desktops and laptops they're buying. In my professional experience, what I have found is when I buy cheaper, I end up paying for it in staff time and as well as productivity time. So I think hearing the amount that he stated is very similar to what I would spend on machines, for whatever that's worth to folks. But I do think that you do see some returns on just the fact that it lasts longer. It's less of a headache for the IT staff as well as the people who use the technology, which make them more productive. So I'm happy to approve this, and I hope that we get the 4 years plus out of the technology, because that's what you always hope for.
I appreciate your answers too, and I hope in the future that we can ask more questions like, what does the warranty cover? Is there a cheaper warranty? How many years can we cut it down? I mean, I think the warranty is where we're spending too much money. So that's my concern. Anyway, thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
Councillor Ireland?
Yes.
Councillor Carmelia?
Yes.
Councillor Demott?
Yes.
Councillor Rosati?
Yes.
And Councillor Hott?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Next, we have public hearings. We have a public hearing and resolution number 2 regarding City of Westminster's consent for the dissolution to the 144th Avenue Metropolitan District numbers 1 and 2. I will open the public hearing. It is 8:59. There has been one email regarding this item that has been sent to City Council and attached to the online packet. Does staff have any presentation?
Mayor, thank you. I confirm we do not have a presentation this evening.
Perfect. That brings us to public testimony. Do we have anybody signed up?
No one has signed up to speak tonight.
Hearing that we have no one signed up, it is 9 o'clock, and I will close the public hearing. Do we have council questions? Councilor Ireland.
I have a question. So it seems to me what we're doing is turning the park over to the owner of the apartment complex. Is that right?
Thank you, Councilor. The owners are generally in control through this quasi-governmental entity that is in place, somewhat in between saving funds for the occupants and owners. Their legal counsel is present. I'd like to invite Ms. Deborah Early, legal counsel to the Metropolitan District, to come forward and just describe lightly what's occurring here. And I know that City Attorney Dave Frankel and his office have been coordinating with Ms. Early on this activity. Thank you very much, and I beg your pardon, Larry Dorr, Deputy City Manager.
Welcome.
All right, thank you, Mayor and councilors.
We need you to eat the microphone so the people can hear.
My name is Deborah Early. I'm with Icenogle Seaver Pogue, located at 4725 South Monica Street in Denver. We are general counsel to the 144th Avenue Metropolitan Districts 1 and 2. We became general counsel back in 2013 when OTC2 was developing the Arbor Commons apartment complex. I can't tell you specifically why, but apparently part of building that apartment complex, there was 0.85 acres of land set aside to be made into a park. It is really just a green space area. It does have a sculpture kind of in the middle of it and some benches that go around it. It's been always open to the public. This is not your typical metropolitan district. We have absolutely no authority to impose taxes. We can't issue debt. The way this was set up was the prior owner had to put in all the infrastructure itself, and then we'd have the district there to operate and maintain it. The district gets its money through this park facility fee that's imposed on the apartment complex. So basically, whoever owns the apartment complex, that fee is basically a pass through just to the district. It's still the same entity that is operating and maintaining and taking care of it. Thing is, it costs money to run a metro district, just even the regular overhead, that now the overhead is more than what the operating and maintenance expenses are. So there's only 2 people on the board. We do have problems with keeping people on the board because if they are employees of the apartment complex, and if they quit and they leave, we almost found ourselves without a board. So I would have been here asking you guys to appoint new board members. It just has gotten to the point where it's not cost effective for that whole community to be operating in this fashion, having these districts being used to operate and maintain that. So as part of the consent to dissolve the districts, the property owners agreed to enter into this declaration of covenants that would get recorded against the property, where they will continue to maintain it as a public park. So it's open to everybody. It's not limited to the people who live there. You've got another apartment complex to the south of them. Lifetime Fitness is to the east of them. So, I mean, if you drive over there, you'll see it. So we're just asking for consent to dissolve, and then that doesn't automatically dissolve us. I have to go to court then and ask the court to issue an order to dissolve us. And once that order is recorded, then we will be officially dissolved. Happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Closing the public hearing at 9:04. Do I have a motion for Resolution 2? Councillor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution Number 2, approving the City of Westminster's consent to the dissolution of 144th Avenue Metropolitan District Numbers 1 and 2.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Resolution Number 2. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councillor Demott.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
And Mayor McNally.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Is there a motion for item 10A3? Councillor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager to sign a declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions for the park within boundaries of 144th Avenue Metropolitan District Number 1.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 10A3. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Carmelia? No. None. Okay. Roll call, please.
Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councillor Demott.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
It is 9:05, and this city council meeting is adjourned, and our post-meeting deals with governance best practices, training with Sam Light, and the fire department's budget presentation for 2026.
And among one of the things we value most at CIRSA is our great relationship and longstanding relationships with our partners in claims and risk management and insurance for public entities in Colorado. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being a member of CIRSA. Thank you also for, CIRSA is owned and controlled by our members. We're not a commercial insurance company. All we do is insure Colorado cities and towns and affiliated entities. And we think that allows for great collegiality and team building with our members, right? We all sort of are stewards of public assets and public interest. And in that partnership, right, we always look to do the right thing for our members and for the pool. So thank you for your longstanding membership. Thank you also for lending us among our board of directors. All of our directors are municipal representatives, and one of our directors is your own Marty Erickson. So thank you as well for Marty's service to us on the CIRSA board of directors. Unlike commercial insurance carriers, one of the things we do at CIRSA is provide resources to our members around risk and risk management. And it's becoming a little bit of a tradition that just about the first part of every year we come and visit and sort of collectively do some governance training to again kind of exercise that muscle at the start of each year around thoughts and discussion about good practices, good risk management practices at the governing body level to help ensure we protect our organization against risk. And so that's what my presentation is about. I do want to make our time as useful to you all as possible, so please feel free to ask questions. As I go through material, the slide deck itself is a resource. It's a little denser than you might prefer, but I do that intentionally so that you've got a resource to look back to if you would like. And one of the other attachments in the packet, of course, is a copy of our ethics, liability, and best practices handbook for you. We've distributed hard copies before. You've got an electronic copy. I think it's part of the materials, but if you enjoy something for your nightstand, a hard copy version, we can get you more of these as well. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Thanks so much. I'm going to hit on some themes that we've talked about in prior years, perhaps with a little bit different perspective on some issues, but we'll talk about the role of public official. We'll talk about some hot topics in transparency. Now, transparency laws are not a huge risk exposure in terms of dollars in damages, but they're a huge risk exposure in terms of faith and trust in government, right? So I'm just going to talk to you about some of the hot topics that we've been seeing. We'll talk a little bit about organizational structure and then ethics and personal conduct. Again, my standard disclaimer, which you've heard in prior years, is though I am an attorney, right? This is not an attorney-client discussion. I'm happy to provide, if I can, a little bit of CIRSA perspective on questions that you have. But if it is the burning question of the day for which you need legal advice, then that's for Dave and his team. Same concept if it's the burning issue of the day for your city manager and his team. Again, because I don't know all the things you got going on day to day, and that's one of my main risk management suggestions for governing bodies, the elected officials at the governing body level, who at the end of the day, you raised your hand and stepped up to that calling for public service to be a part-time volunteer citizen, legislator, and policymaker. And so the job doesn't ask you to know everything about everything, though sometimes it feels that way, right? But one of your greatest risk management resources and resources for protecting the organization and allowing the organization to work effectively is to rely upon your team. Your city manager, your city attorney are there as a resource for you to help you get things done as elected officials and look good while doing them, and also to help protect you against risk. Okay, let's go to the next slide. You've seen versions of this slide before, but I always put this near to the start of the presentation because I think these concepts on this slide can cause us to reflect on different things at different times, depending on where we're at, at a particular point in time. But you'll agree with this notion, of course, that when you become an elected official, your role and relationship with the community changes pretty dramatically, right? You're no longer just a citizen of Westminster.
And it never comes off. I don't care what you say. It's just me speaking or whatever. You have that hat, and that's it.
Yeah, and that hat is always on, right? From that perspective, it really is a 24/7 job. Even when you're interacting with citizens individually and they're pressing you for, they maybe know that the council has not yet had a discussion about an issue, but they're pressing you for your personal opinion. And you say, well, I'll bite. And, this is my personal opinion. This is my personal opinion. What do they filter? Counselor, right? City council member all the time. And of course, as they should, your words, your deeds, your conduct matters all the time in any setting. Your constituents, the citizens that you interact with will always perceive you to be a member of the council, right? A representative of the council as an institution and a representative of the city. And fair or unfair, that's just the reality of the situation, right? Even in your personal life, you'll be attending city events, perhaps thinking we're doing so just personally with our families, and our constituents are going, I think I'll go over and talk to that council member about some city issue, right? Whatever brought you to public service, you might be a critic or proponent of particular issues or certain issues that interest you more than others, that the job requires, right, that we commit to being good representatives on behalf of all the citizens. Our population is 115,000 or more or less, right? At the end of the day, that calling to be an elected official for the city vests in only 7 people, right? At that governing body level, the responsibility to be good representatives, ambassadors of the council as a whole. In a legal sense, as elected officials, you're fiduciaries, right? And we'll talk more about what that means in a moment. But I think as the mayor just said so eloquently, that hat is always on. Let's go to the next slide. It's absolutely true that within that municipal organizational structure, you are fiduciaries. Setting aside some nuances, since your home rule, setting aside some nuances about what state ethics laws actually apply, there's some good calibration language in the state code of ethics about the fiduciary responsibility of local government leaders. It says the holding of public office is a public trust, right? Created by the confidence which the electorate reposes in the integrity of local government officials. Right? As the 7 members of council who hold this power of discretionary decision-making authority over public funds and public assets and over public interest, and it requires that we serve, right, the community and constituents as fiduciaries. That legal concept of fiduciary, stated in another way from an attorney's perspective, is the obligation, right, to put the interest of the organization that we serve as a fiduciary above all other interests, above personal interests. Sometimes you'll have this dynamic. It requires that you put the interest of the city as a whole above the interest of the small but vocal minority. Do you ever have that?
No, never.
No, never have that. That's going to happen sometimes too, right? But it does require that we remember and attend to, as a part of our fiduciary responsibility, the interest of that larger, right, but perhaps silent majority, right, in terms of looking after the interest of all citizens. If I could extend that fiduciary concept just a little bit further, you think about then what are the duties that are embedded under that fiduciary responsibility, right? Some authors have said that perhaps it's, the fiduciary responsibility of a local government official includes a duty of care, a duty of impartiality, a duty of accountability, and a duty to preserve public trust in government, right? And we'll talk a little bit more about what those mean. But aggregating that back up, I think it also means that the fiduciary responsibility means a guiding principle for decision making should always be what's the best thing to do for the city as a city, particularly in policy making, right? In terms of making decisions that will stand the test of time. And a corollary to that is thinking always about the protection as the governing body of the city's interest and assets. So the next slide. So I'll hit on more on some of those duties and the fiduciary concepts as we go through some of the material. Unless there are any questions on that, I think I'll just pivot a little bit. Talk about transparency laws. You've all been well versed in the nuts and bolts of the Colorado Open Meetings Law and so on and so forth, right? I thought I'd just begin, the Open Meetings Law risk exposure, there is no remedy under the Open Meetings Law for damages in terms of high dollars, right? But the risk exposure, as we know just from reading the paper, right, is very much about faith and trust in how we do business. So at the governing body level, in terms of that risk exposure, it's one that you directly and collectively control and influence to a huge extent, right? So make sure we're doing the things, right, that help instill public faith and trust in how we do our business. And I think your open meetings law risk will then take care of itself, and you'll have few, if any, claims, disputes, litigation around that issue. Just to give you a sense of some of the hot topics we're seeing that help define the risk exposure, our Colorado Court of Appeals recently confirmed that essentially any citizen of the state anywhere has standing to bring an action for an alleged violation of the open meetings law. Sometimes we like to think, well, the person has to have some connection to our community or has to have some stake or interest, right, in the matter being considered if they're going to pursue a claim for violation of the open meetings law. And that's not really true. And in fact, in our claims world at SERSA, there's a little bit of a cottage industry out there among claimants and attorneys who are located anywhere around the state. And this is a wonderful thing. We are transparent, but our commitment to transparency can be used against us in this litigation concept, because in this cottage industry, there are people anywhere in the state looking at your minutes, looking at your meeting videos, right? Looking for technical violations of the open meetings law. So make sure we commit to do the right thing there with regard to open meetings procedures and substance, and we'll be just fine. One of the other hot topics going on that we'll learn more about, and I'm sure your city attorney will report to you, is we don't want to take comfort in the idea that perhaps if we get a little close to the edge on the open meetings law compliance, it'll be okay because perhaps we can cure a violation if we actually weren't on the right side of the choice that we made, right? There's this whole discussion going on about whether if an action was taken and it turns out it was not in compliance with the open meetings law, whether you can actually cure the violation by taking action at a subsequent meeting. The Colorado Supreme Court has granted cert in a case out of Woodland Park to take up that issue. So we'll hear more about that later. But in terms of stepping back to kind of fiduciary duty and the real risk exposure about faith and trust, I always thought it was kind of strange to think about curing, because what you would be doing in curing, attempting to cure an open meetings law violation, is having a public meeting to say, well, mea culpa, we had a problem under the open meetings law, but here we're now here to do a do-over. And I'm not sure that really makes the faith and trust meter go higher, right? You can see people that are wondering about that to begin with. So that's something on the legal side, we'll hear more, but it's something to avoid taking comfort in. All right, let's go to the next slide. A hot topic in our area, in our world at Thursday, is claims that we've seen, lawsuits being filed about alleged serial meetings, right? The open meetings law truly is a rule of three, right? The openness requirement of the statute applies whenever 3 or more members of the council meet to discuss public business, and one-on-one discussions are okay. In fact, as you know, that's part of the relationship building, is you may sit down with another council member, get to build that relationship. So 3 or more openness rule applies. One-on-one, it doesn't apply. But that area in between is, what about one-on-one meetings? And we all intuitively know where that risk lies, and we're all going to stay far away from that, but know that that's the focus of litigation. Okay?
Can we talk about, because you have email in there, and we all have city email, but if people use their own email and do the chain piece, are they still liable?
Yeah, I'll defer to Dave in just one moment with a preliminary thought, unless you want to, Dave may want to add something here. But it's not, the rules are not device driven, it's content driven.
Well, I'm saying they're talking about whatever is going to be on the agenda, and they're doing the one-on-one, but in emails to everybody, but one at a time.
Yeah, I think the bottom line on the claims world is if the evidence comes in and shows that what happened in the meeting was a mere rubber stamping of a decision that had already been taken, right, outside of the meeting through one-on-one communications, then that's where the potential for the violation lies.
And it doesn't matter whether it was city email or your personal email.
You want to add anything, David?
Yeah, I would just add, as the custodian of records for city email accounts, the city is equipped to respond to open records requests for correspondence. And it's it becomes more challenging where personal emails are used because the city is not the custodian. So that would place the burden on the account holder to do the search and remit any responsive messages that might exist that might be in their possession. So I think the clock on open records requests is a quick one. And, we have systems in place in the city to search through emails in a timely manner. So there's risk, I think, in personal account usage because those records, I don't know whether they're retained and for how long, but also how quickly they can be searched through by the account holder. So I think it would be preferable to use the city accounts for official business.
Yeah, and the statute, the open records law, of course, says that the correspondence of elected officials, right, is subject to that act with certain exceptions. And so what Dave is pointing at is the idea that it becomes the responsibility of you all, right, to perhaps send in that screenshot or whatever copy is needed because your correspondence by whatever means, right, if it falls within the definition of public records, whether it's email or text, then there's an obligation under law to produce that. I will tell you the real risk from a claims perspective is in scorched earth litigation, it's never helpful to have a surprise come up through discovery where we become aware of electronic communications that we previously did not know about, but which existed. And it's true that the scope of discovery and litigation is broader than what's required to be produced under the open records law in certain cases. But you want to make sure staff is aware of those communications. Surprises, on balance, are not helpful in the defense. So if you have town-issued email addresses, one thing, of course, this is true with social media too, right? And you have private phone numbers and private social media accounts and private email. All the constituents that knew you before you got on council still know you, right? And they still may be reaching out to you on those private means of communication, but you have every right, if you would like to do this, right, to get them into the system that you use for your official communication. So whether it's social media or text, you could say, hey, that's not really how I do my work as a counselor, right? If you'd like to contact me or correspond with me here, please email me at this email. And that will help you manage that burden, knock on wood, if and when those requests come in. Okay. Just reaching back to close out the thoughts on transparency. You're all well versed in the substantive and procedural requirements regarding executive sessions. Just make sure we take care on that issue. In terms of risk management, from where you sit, I think it's just a collective responsibility that if we hear something that doesn't sound right during that motion to go into executive session, we just slow it down and make sure, did we get everything right? Have we announced the statute? Have we announced the topic? Have we announced in particularity what we're going to talk about so we all are comfortable there? As fiduciaries, I think the primary risk that we see is the risk of getting on the same page about what's confidential in executive session. I think a good way to manage that risk is before you exit from executive session, whether it's the mayor or someone else leading the discussion, we ask ourselves, okay, of all the confidential information that we've talked about in this executive session, which information, if any, leaves this room and who's our spokesman? Right? Because you all agree that in this world, we're all information starved, right? And our constituents want to know tomorrow's news yesterday, right? And so there is, pressure for people that want to learn like what's going on. Why are they having executive sessions? But that's a good tool to get on the same page about what's confidential and what our communication plan is. And then we have that. And as fiduciaries, of course, we're all obligated to honor that confidentiality of city information. And no one member, right, has the ability or authority to waive or release confidential information if council as a whole agrees that it should be confidential. And that's true whether you voted against going into executive session, and that's true whether you can't stand the idea of what was discussed in executive session. And of course, true even, people that you take your counsel from really want to know. It's important to protect that information. Okay. Questions, thoughts, discussion points around transparency risk? Let's flip the page and talk about another perennial topic that we talk about, and that's the risk issues around honoring the role and the job description of being council members, right? Because within the municipal structure, everyone does have a job description, everyone does have a scope of employment, which translates to the protections that they have under law. But staying out of the weeds for at least the initial part of this, you know, the best practice for governance at the governing body level is to embrace and focus your efforts and energy around that job that only the council itself can do, right? Avoiding redundancy, because unlike other levels in the organization, there's no one else that can do the job of the collective governing, policy making, and legislative body of 7 members who are the elected representatives, right? So in terms of, you've seen the graph on the left-hand side of the slide in prior presentations, that hierarchy, right? But it's within the job description, you know, who owns our corporation? Citizens, right? And so it's the governing body that's uniquely positioned to help determine the needs and wants of the owners and determine how we put governmental resources on those needs and wants, right? And that's what you do in terms of policy making, budgeting, right? Dealing with corporate interest and assets. So the council is in those top 2 tranches. That's where the job description lies for the council. And the wonderful thing is you've adopted many years ago the gold standard in municipal governance in Colorado, where you by charter and your ordinances and your organizational charter have the council manager form of government, right? Let's go to the next slide. That's enshrined in your charter and in your ordinances, right? Where the council is the legislative and governing body, and the manager is responsible for the administrative affairs of the organization. That means by charter and ordinance and state statute, certain duties and responsibilities are exercised by the council, and certain others have been delegated or allocated to the manager or others on the team. In legal terms, as it relates to risk management, all of that stuff, all of that allocation and delegation of authority simply serves to define the scope of employment. And you're protected from liability risk so long as you stay within your scope of employment, right? So again, you do want to embrace that job as our job as the council is to be the legislative and governing body. Can you go back one slide? And I've mentioned a couple of things there on this slide about that, right? That the council, in terms of that preeminent job of legislative affairs of the organization, you have the longest time horizons within the organization, right? And so you are thinking annual budget, where do you want the community to be in 3, 5, 10 years? Legislative priorities, broad visioning, and then that once you've established council's goals and priorities and given your direction to your manager, then it's the manager's responsibility to see that the work gets done according to the parameters, right, and the goals and priorities set by the council. All right, let's go to the next slide. Recognize, let's go one more slide. You do have some language in your charter around this that's in section 4.10 of your charter, and that's the provision about council's relationship to the administrative service. I think it's worth looking at that and thinking about that every once in a while. And what does that mean to us, right? It's got kind of legalistic language, right? The council and its members shall deal with the administrative service solely through the city manager, and neither the council nor its members shall give orders to the subordinates of the city manager. That's kind of legalistic, right? But in practical terms, what that means, tying it back to my earlier comments, is the manager is your point of contact and resource, right? Your point of inquiry and relationship to the administrative service, and use that for your benefit, for your protection, and to get things done. It's not that administrative matters are per se hands off for elected officials, right? You're entitled to ask questions and get information about how things are done administratively, but you want to do that, right, in a way that you remember from a role discipline perspective that the primary job of the council member is policymaker, right? And not become overly involved in the administrative matters in order to help prevent entanglements, disempowerment, and misunderstandings, or in the extreme case, right, a potential for a liability claim that's based on the allegation from the plaintiff that some administrative matter or something that was actually delegated to the administrative service was something where an elected or appointed official was acting outside of their scope of employment and getting involved in an area where they shouldn't. Okay. Let's go to the next slide. The legislative administrative distinction is particularly important in personnel matters. It's not that the elected governing body doesn't have a role, but the most appropriate role, I think, for the governing body is the big picture with respect to the administrative service and personnel, things like overall departmental structure, general personnel rules that are within the governing body's purview, pay, benefits, selection and management of your direct reports, determining council's overall goals and priority. It simply is a truism that with respect to personnel matters, you have delegated to the town manager and supervisors downstream of the town manager the responsibility for personnel matters. And I will tell you, having lived in the world of employment practices liability risk, that's a wonderful thing for you all, right? Because if you hear one of these issues come up, right, it's not that you can't unhear it, but you have a ready place to go with that. You take it to the manager and say, I heard this, right? And give your manager a little grace when he says, okay, I got it. Because he's got it for your protection and the organization's protection. There are systems in place to deal with those personnel issues, right? And public bodies, public governing bodies, just by their nature, you do most of your work in a public setting, right? So becoming overly involved in a personnel matter for an employee who's not your direct report, right, could lead to situations where there's this tension bubbling up between privacy interests, right, and perhaps your perceived interest of wanting to get involved. And the more that happens, the more difficult it becomes to square those two considerations. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So before I joined CERSA, I was a municipal attorney for about 25 years, so I'm not naive on these issues. I know it can come up, and I know there can be pressure either internally or externally, right, to get you involved, right? Maybe on the outside, it's a citizen who had an interaction at City Hall and wasn't happy about that interaction, right? And they want to involve you in dealing with their administrative or their personnel issue, right? If it's an administrative matter, you want to keep your antenna up and ask yourself the question, well, what piece of this, if any, is within my purview as the ambassador of the organization? Another good question to ask is, well, are there other sides to this story? Is this an attempted end run around our procedures? Am I being conscripted into something, right? And sometimes, unfortunately, that risk becomes most apparent right after you adopt a new policy. It's like you've done your work and now it's handed off to staff to administer, but the people who are subject to this new policy or the new legislation, right, have concerns. And you may have had a very strong debate about this is the way the rules ought to work and this is what we want the policy to be. But somebody who immediately becomes subject wants to come back around and ask you to do an end run with them, right? And that's only going to end up to leading confusion about role responsibility. It's also going to probably undermine the policy that you were attempting, right, to show as a uniform policy of the city in the first place, right? So let's see. The other way it can come up is that from the inside, right? I used to, maybe I've done this in prior sessions with you. I used to naively describe it this way. Maybe someone comes up to you and says, "Can I talk to you about my boss?" Right? And so, do we have a ready response for that as elected officials? Right? Knowing that our responsibility is for only 3 direct reports, right? And so you want to have that, ready. Maybe it's we love and appreciate our employees at the city, but I, as a council member, and we as a council, do not get involved in personnel matters at that level. I encourage you to go talk to your supervisor, HR, whoever is the appropriate person to help. And there will be sometimes you might hear something that you do need to unburden yourself of that, but make sure you go to the city manager and say, I heard this. Could you please take care of this because I recognize it's a personnel issue. Okay. Let's go to the next slide. Just a couple more tips around governance, best practices, avoidance of risk and claims around role discipline. recognize perceptions around your involvement in personnel or administrative matters, right? Remember that power that you hold. And it's not that we aren't friendly and aren't collegial. We absolutely are. But remember the perception from staff's perspective. If you approach an employee below the level of the manager, even the passing comment of, I'd like to see this, right, might be perceived as a direction or might have some impact, right, on that person's perception of what they should be doing, right? In your city council protocols, there's actually a protocol that speaks directly to this issue, right? That recognize the perceptions and be attuned to your role and power, right, when you're having interactions with staff. That all means in terms of a best practice, establishing collaboration with your manager, a process for bringing forward questions and concerns about administrative matters that is addressed in your city council protocols as well. With regard to the direct reports that you do have, which are the manager, the judge, and the attorney, right? Recognize that you might have competing views as a council about what the direction or priority ought to be, right? And that's okay. In a multi-member governing body, we each bring our own voices. We have 7 different inputs working towards the one voice. But remember that it's council's then responsibility prerogative to resolve those differences. And you do want to work out your differences. However you get there, sometimes you may get there by ultimately a 7-0 vote, or sometimes it's a 4-3 vote, but you have to commit to resolve those differences at the council level. And that's how you get clarity, credibility, and accountability for your voice as council. Okay. I did make a note of it, but on the protocol, I forgot to mention it. In one of your protocols, it says, be mindful of your position and the potential for misunderstanding in your interactions with staff, right? So if you know, and maybe the manager has comments he wants to add, but if you're having comments, communication with someone below the level of the manager, just be cognizant of that perception issue. Okay. Anything you want to add on that? Oh, yeah, maybe on the protocols, the system about how we communicate and who we copy and things like that. So take a look at those. Let's flip to the next slide about ethics. We actually do a separate training on ethics. We're happy to come back and do that. I just wanted to remind you that every year when I come in January, I do put an ethics slide up with this somewhat bizarre suggestion. Whatever it looks like to you and however you get there, make the ethics rules your best friend, because they really are. If we have a good working understanding of what the ethics rules are that govern us, right, then we're prepared to spot and address ethics issues well in advance, right? And one of the most disconcerting things is having to deal with the next ethics issue on the fly, in the moment, when it comes up for the first time at a meeting where some accusation is being made. So we have good working familiarity with the rules and make them our best friend, and we're much more likely to avoid those kinds of situations, right? Make sure you check out the conflict of interest rules. We understand the confidential information rules, and there are gift rules as well. So we're happy to do that training separately if you like. I just want to leave with this thought, and it goes back to the fiduciary concepts that I mentioned earlier, the fiduciary responsibility around ensuring or furthering public trust in local government leadership. Do you all agree with this notion? Fair or unfair, sometimes in matters of ethics, perception equals reality, and reality equals perception, right? Yeah, because there really is that extra step. We may, and as you do, you go, if you have a issue that comes up, you check the rules, you get some guidance, you look through some resources, and we do all that in understanding the actual rules that apply, right? But once we've cleared all those issues, even if the circumstances don't rise to the level of creating an actual situation where we need to change our conduct under the rules, I think the appearance of impropriety piece of it is still at play, right? Whatever that looks like to each of us individually. Don't underestimate the value of what I call a curative disclosure. And it's not curative in the legal sense. It's curative in terms of advancing faith and trust in you all as elected officials. And that's, maybe it's a conflict of interest situation. You've cleared all the rules. You don't have an actual conflict. You're not required to recuse yourself, but there's still a lingering perception in the room you can just kind of look at it and you can almost see the audience member go, why is that council member up there? I thought they had a conflict of interest. The disclosure is so helpful, right, on the record. It lets people know you've thought about the issue. You turn to the mayor and say, Mayor, before you start this public hearing, I'd just like to make a comment. I know there's been some perception or suggestion that I have a conflict of interest in this matter. I want to assure everyone that I have no financial relationship or personal relationship to this application, and I want to assure everyone that I intend to consider this application upon the same terms and conditions as every other application for this type of license or business or approval that comes in front of us. And that really is powerful, because it shows people you attended to the issue in advance. All right, let's go to the next slide. Beyond compliance with the actual ethics rules, commit yourself to personal conduct that strengthens the city council as an institution. No, unlike the U.S. Congress, there's no such thing as the 101st session of the Westminster City Council. It's a living, breathing, ongoing institution, right? And I truly believe there's an analogy where elected public service is kind of like being on a train, right? That train being our community, and it's headed to its destination, however we define that as a community. And during our elected service, during our tenure in elected service in office, we're on that train helping to stoke the engine to get that train wherever it wants to go. And we're making that engine stronger, making council, leaving it better than we found it. Sometimes that's going to ask us to do things personally regarding our own personal conduct that we might prefer not to do, but might be in service of that fiduciary responsibility to make the institution stronger. Things like setting aside a personal agenda or interest when there's lack of support. That can be frustrating sometimes, because we may be thinking to ourselves, well, one of the reasons I sought office was to make sure that our city has an ordinance that does this. But if there's not, interest among at least 3 more council members, then you have to be willing to shelve that interest or agenda in view of service of the work plan and priorities of the council as determined by the council. The only other one I'll mention here is just building a little more on that theme that I spoke of a moment ago, and that is not a legal risk, but sometimes we have a liability hotline at CIRSA where people can call and ask if CIRSA has resources that might be helpful with some potential risk issue that's coming up. And sometimes people call, elected officials will call, and I'm kind of the gatekeeper or the screener for the liability hotline, and they say, well, isn't there some statute out there under state law or something that helps us avoid the 4th bullet? Because I'm super frustrated as an elected official. I thought the way they expressed it to me is, I understood that our council was going to have a discussion about this issue for the first time next Tuesday. But now I feel like I'm coming to that conversation with 1 foot in a bucket, because 1 or more of our members appear to have been speaking for council before we've had a chance, or getting ahead. And this is a tough one, because as I mentioned earlier, right, don't your constituents sometimes approach you and it's like they want to know, right?
Media is the best one to catch up.
Yeah.
Just because they heard some people come to council, they're going to call every counselor to see if they can get some bait and interview you. Yeah. And again, you don't take off that hat. So everybody goes, holy crow. When did they discuss that?
Yeah, they want to know tomorrow's news yesterday. But your responsibility to each other is to protect the council as an institution, to protect your equal standing with each other, to make good decisions for the city as a whole, right? And so I think it does require sometimes, right, that a wise council recognize both collectively and individually, though perhaps I would like to jump in and say something about this. Would it be frustrating, right, our standing as council, or would it be frustrating or disappointing to other members of the council if I were perceived as having gotten ahead of them before we've even had a chance to discuss an issue? This could also come up with sometimes with outside agencies. Do you all have some liaison roles? Yeah, sometimes you'll go to that liaison meeting and they want to know what's the position of the Westminster City Council before you've had a chance to talk, right? And in those situations, right, their emergency is not necessarily your emergency, and your fiduciary responsibility is to protect your organization. So I think it's perfectly fine, as your protocols say, that as liaison, part of the job is to collect information that I can bring back to the council to discuss and formulate a council position. So those are a couple of personal dynamic concepts that we see at CERS every now and then, and sometimes in an extreme situation, present risk issues, and knock on wood, hopefully never actual claim or dispute issues, but ones that I think help reduce the potential risk exposure if we attend to them appropriately. All right, let's go on to some closing thoughts. It's absolutely true, right, that you hold extremely powerful positions in local government and that you set the tone for the organization in terms of leadership. With respect to the tone and culture around risks, do the things that governing bodies would do within the governing body's wheelhouse that help protect the organization from unnecessary risk and that enable the organization to effectively manage and address risk exposures that are ever changing in this world. You know, among the hot topics that are coming up, AI, technology around policing, right? At the policy level and at the budgeting level, are we doing the things that help protect the organization, right? And enable the organization to deal with these risks. Commit always to courtesy, tact, and diplomacy, particularly in public settings. Not all that often, but once in a while, particularly around First Amendment claims. A claim exposure can be exacerbated by bad facts that suggest that we overreacted or allegedly retaliated or things like this. Do you agree? I'd like to ask this question in all my trainings because it's a buzz topic around the state and the nation. Do you agree or disagree with the idea that there's a little bit of a rising tide of incivility in government?
A little? A whole lot.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, sometimes the job is going to ask of you that you practice civility even in the face of incident. That you're absolutely, you absolutely collectively have the power to control that situation, not to 100%, but to a great measure, right? Externally, that may look like sometimes just remembering that we have great tools and tactics for de-escalating, even if that person who's coming at us wants to escalate. Right, and internally it means things like always respectfully listening, always appreciating each other's comments, ensuring that our deliberation space is a safe space for anyone to express their point of view, no matter how different than anyone else's point of view. Right. As a body, commit to a no surprises approach. I think that's in your protocols as well. Deal effectively with discord. You're going to have disagreements, no doubt about it. Right, but you can have disagreements without being disagreeable, and don't let discord drive how you interact with the citizens, with each other, or with staff. And so with that, I'll just wrap it up by going back to the fiduciary concept, right? Commit always to embracing, right, your service to the council as an institution, and to the city as an organization, and at that governing body level, consistent with your role, right? Doing the things that protect the interests and assets of the city, set the city up well to deal with the ever-changing risk exposures that you face, right? And that help ensure that we're adequately resourced to deal with risk issues that we face as an organization, and embrace that, you know, individually and collectively embrace that fiduciary and stewardship responsibility that goes with elected public service. So with that, I'll stop there. I'll open it up for any questions that you have for me or Sarsa.
Councilor Camilli?
Sure. The one question I'd like to dig into a little bit, it's come across our table before. Could you delve around the transparency on the executive sessions, around the description? We've talked about this before, but just for my sake, just what is the best practice around descriptions, around executive sessions to give the most information, and yet it is a private session, right?
Right.
So I feel like those descriptions can be, it's a hazy line, you know, how much information you provide.
It is a bit of a hazy line because the statute says, right, that to disclose the subject matter in as much detail as possible without compromising the purpose of the executive session. What does that mean? Right. And so, unfortunately, in the actual legal aspect of, well, how do we really know for certain at any one time, right? Sometimes we have members that face that risk of, in good faith, did everything they thought was right and made a further disclosure and thought they got it right, and unfortunately, a district court judge told them, no, you could have gone further, right? I think it's a good practice to allow your leadership team, your manager, attorney, in advance of the executive session, right, to think about what that ought to be, so that we're not trying to do it entirely on the fly during the announcement, right? Because those words matter, right? So I think there's certain bright lines, like this, if it's going for subject for negotiations and you're talking about property, the example that a lot of people use was, well, we're going to say we're going to go in and talk about potential purchase of property, but we're probably not going to name the specific address because then everyone knows we're in the market. So what's the gray area? Can we say more that we're in the market for negotiation for potential acquisition? Is that too much? Or potential sale? Or is that too much? Or going even further, acquisition or sale for open space property or for utility property. So within the context of the particular situation, I think the outcome can be different on that, right? But I absolutely encourage you to make sure that we make some further disclosure. And, you know, in this day and age with so much information being available, I think we sometimes stop short when we probably could go a little bit further and it would be just fine, right, in the long run. So, I don't know, David or Jody, you'd like to add to that? Yeah.
Covered it.
Yeah. And you all are in the know, and you kind of have a collective sense of what you're, you know, we all know why we're going in, what we're trying to keep confidential. Then you flip that coin around and say, okay, what is it okay to say on the record before we go in? Right? Do you have a system for a manager or the attorney makes that? Who all makes the announcement of the subject matter?
Well, I draft the titles for the agenda, and when it comes time for an executive session on an agenda, usually the mayor will ask whether that's the case, and I will read the title aloud. After which there'll be a motion to enter the exec session and vote.
And the attorney and I, we talk about pretty much every title.
Yeah.
Is it narrow enough? You know, what exactly are we going to talk about that night? What are we going to get direction on, and what aren't we going to talk about? So it's very specific and very conscious what we put on as a title, and then that's the only thing that goes into public record is that title.
Yeah, with the identification of the topic, the subject matter, and the citation. Yeah, and from your perspective, I assume that's kind of part of the packet. So you're reading the packet, and I think it's always elected officials' prerogative to make that tactful phone call to the manager or attorney and say, okay, I have a concern about the title. Have we done enough? Can we do more? Right, for whatever reason, but have that conversation in advance so that those concerns can be addressed. Thank you for that.
You must have covered everything.
All right. Thanks so much. There's a slide or two at the end of the presentation with some additional resources, including a link to our YouTube channel, which is very exciting, including some new videos for elected officials, which a couple of which actually put a humorous twist on some of the topics that I've talked about. So if that's of interest to you, that's all there as well. So thank you.
Thank you so
Mayor,
much.
Councilors, staff, for having me out. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Does anybody need a break before we keep going? No? Okay.
All right.
Chris is going to introduce. And then
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. My name is Chris Lindsay and I'm the Assistant City Manager. I want to thank you for your time tonight, and I want to thank you for your time over the next couple of months. As I discussed with you 2 weeks ago, we've heard from you during the feedback you provided staff during our November 4th budget follow-up session. One of those items was to have our department directors more involved communicating existing operations, needs, and priorities with City Council and with the public. Over the next 2 months or so, our city's department directors will review with you and the public their 2025 budgets and priorities. These presentations are intended to offer a foundational overview for each department's budgets and their operations. A shared understanding of the department's budgets and your feedback tonight will begin to provide the building blocks for the 2026 budget process. With each presentation, I'm confident that our department directors will share compelling cases for needs and priorities in each of their departments. We will work with you to help prioritize how our community's limited resources will be allocated amongst city services and capital projects, all of which are needed to ensure a thriving community. Moving forward, in April, we'll start the 2026 budget process with City Council by collating the feedback we hear during these presentations. We'll have a discussion on capital infrastructure needs. We'll hold a community budget town hall, and we'll open up the community request project process. Thank you for letting me have a moment here to introduce. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Eric Burke to talk about the fire department. I would ask you to hold questions until the end.
Can we first just ask you, everybody made it home okay?
Yes, they did.
From California?
Yes. It was a long drive, but they made it home okay.
Great. Please tell them thank you for their service.
I will. Well, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, thank you again for the opportunity to present tonight. Tonight I'll be providing an overview of the fire department's budget, our staffing levels, as well as highlighting some 2025 priorities. In addition, I will highlight some staffing challenges that we are experiencing, as well as outline some next steps related to infrastructure and facility needs, which is the foundation for ballot measure 3C. With the recent fires in California, the fire department's experience with the Marshall Fire, we are planning to come back to City Council here in the near future, provide a presentation on lessons learned, and outline some of the actions the department has taken to help prepare for large-scale incidents like the fires that I mentioned. In 2023, the Westminster Fire Department developed a new 5-year strategic plan that covered the years 2024 through 2029. As part of that process, developed a mission statement to enhance community safety through preparedness, prevention, education, and response. And you can see along the bottom how this strategic plan aligns with the city's strategic plan priority. The fire department has a total of 153 full-time employees, or FTEs. It's broken into 2 separate divisions, an administration division and an operations division. And what we have here on the screen is I've highlighted the sections within those divisions, as well as some major functions. I will start with the administration side, and our first section is our Fire Prevention Bureau section. The Fire Prevention Bureau is responsible for ensuring the application of the International Fire Code. They conduct plan reviews for developments and new businesses to ensure that they are designed with the fire and life safety systems of the code. And they also do technical inspections during the construction process to make sure that the buildings are in fact built those systems in place. We also have a dedicated inspector who inspects existing buildings to ensure that fire and life safety systems are maintained and the buildings haven't been modified for different use that would require additional systems. In addition, this section is responsible for investigating all fires that occur within the city of Westminster. The next is our technical services, and that's a major function within the department. We have a technical services coordinator who manages the fire department's software applications, our record management system, staffing software, asset management, and some of our hardware that's specific to fire department operations, such as our mobile data computers, our incident reporting tablets, and our radio. And then moving down, we have logistics. We have a logistics officer who's responsible for the procurement and management of fire department tools, equipment, vehicles, personal protective equipment, and the uniforms. And then we also have an administrative assistant who really functions kind of as accounts payable technician, helps process a lot of those invoices related to purchases, as well as capture reimbursements from our wildland. I didn't mention, but the Fire Prevention Bureau has 7 FTEs assigned to that. When you add the fire chief, the emergency management coordinator, the public information specialist, as well as the management analyst, are all under administrative division. And so that division has a total of 16 FTEs. I'll move over to the operations side. We have 2 sections under operations, the EMS, which stands for Emergency Medical Services, and the training section, and then line operations is a major function. So emergency medical services, this section is responsible for all the medical care that we provide for the community. and all community health related education. In addition, our EMS chief serves as our safety officer and oversees the fire department's safety program. Since we provide ambulance transport and medical care, we can bill for those services. And so we have an individual that is dedicated to that billing and invoicing process. I wanted to highlight that in 2024, the Westminster Fire Department collected $3.2 million for transport and medical related services. The department also participates in the state's EMS supplemental reimbursement program. And that program is designed to help public EMS agencies offset costs of providing care for Medicaid clients and what we receive from payment from Medicaid. And last year that was $2.1 million. And so in total, $5.3 million were brought in based on EMS and medical related activities. I do want to highlight that the supplemental reimbursement program has provided a great deal of relief on the city budget. We've been able to use those funds to pay off leases on fire engines, purchase fire engines outright, same with medic units. We've used it to buy our heart monitors, ADs, and even the air packs and SUVs to wear. So it has provided some relief as well. So I'll move to our training section. I want to highlight real quick on the EMS section. If you look at the budget, there's 39 FTEs assigned to the EMS section. 36 of those are really with line operations. They're at the station and providing care as emergency response. Those are 33 paramedics, 3 safety medical officers, spread evenly across all 3 shifts. So again, 36 of the 39 FTEs are actually in the station, even as 3 in the administrative side. Our training section is responsible for preparing our firefighters for the dynamic nature of emergency response. Oversee our continuing education program and our employee development program. There are a total of 3 FTEs assigned to the training section, 2 field training officers, and a training chief. Our training chief also serves as our special operations chief and oversees our wildland operations, water rescue, technical rescue, and other special. And the last major function here I'll highlight is the line operations, and those are the individuals that are at the station responding to 911 calls 24/7, 365. There are a total of 129 individuals assigned to the stations and spread across 3 shifts of 43. When we include the deputy chief of operations into that group, we have a total of 137 FTEs assigned. This slide here provides an overview of the fire department's budget for the years 2022 through 2025. On the bottom, it also highlights what our authorized FTE count was per year. I'm first going to talk about the FTE count, and then I'll highlight a few things within the budget. So you will note that in 2023, the fire department's FTE count increased by 3. We added a logistics officer, and as I mentioned before, that was a position that's responsible for management procurement of all of our equipment, uniforms, and mentioned those earlier as far as the administration side. We also added a field training officer. Training division, as I mentioned, has 3 FTEs, but prior to 2023, we had 2. We needed to add a second field training officer for a couple of reasons. We're a large department. We have a lot of training demands. Sure that we have staff to be able to provide that. And also we have an academy that we participate in. Our field training officer would often be assigned to the academy. And so if that academy was 3 months or 5 months, then we're without a training officer. And so that second one was added in 2023. I mentioned earlier that we had a dedicated inspector for existing businesses to ensure that they maintain compliance with the National Fire. That was the 3rd position we added in 2009. Prior to that, our crews, our engine companies would conduct those business inspections. They'd go to an occupancy, they'd start an inspection, they'd get a 911 call and they'd leave. They'd come back, they'd start again, 911 call and leave. So very disruptive to the business. And we could not always complete them in that day. If there's something immediately that needs to be fixed immediately, we would do that. But sometimes people need to order batteries or lights or equipment. So we would give them 2 weeks to complete those required changes. Well, if it doesn't line with our schedule or 911 calls, we may not be back for an extended period of time. We don't think that was the best service to the business community or the safest for those members. And so that's where we repurposed a position, or I'm sorry, got a position and assigned all of those company inspections assisting inspection to that individual. So again, 3 individuals in 2023, the FTO, logistics officer, and inspector. And then in 2024, due to increases in overtime, specifically in mandatory overtime, that we did some calculation to determine that if we were able to hire 60 firefighters, that should offset overtime expenditures, try to target that mandatory overtime. In addition, when you look at the number of firefighters we had per shift, we were short 2 per shift. And so in the 6 helped address the number we needed per shift and also help address overtime design. So now I will go into the budget for 2025. You notice that 2025 on the personnel side, we did have an increase, approximately just under $3.3 million. Salary and benefits are part of that increase, but the most significant increase has been in overtime. As I mentioned before, we had 6 firefighters that we hired in 23 in an attempt to offset our overtime. Well, unfortunately, because of attrition within the department, we've never actually had those 6 firefighters in the field. And we've been below that. And so we've had to rely on overtime staff to backfill the stations. And so based on data from 24, we built our budget request for the increased overtime. In the personnel account also includes our uniforms, so our bunker gear. Those costs are increasing, just like any other material. That's an increase of $80,000 just in that area from the previous year. We also have increases from career development. Cost of training is increasing as well. But again, the most significant increase in personnel was related to overtime. I also want to highlight contractual services. On this slide here represents, compared to the other years, a significant jump in contractual services. However, there is a clerical error here in the sense that there was $351,000 that actually belongs in capital outlay for equipment, but it was from just a clerical error put in the budget as contractual. That has been corrected in the budget, so puts our capital outlay very consistent with previous years. But again, if you take contractual services and subtract that $300,000, where we're seeing some big increases here that we have software, and they used to be able to buy the software, owned it for life, paid a $10,000 maintenance fee, and now we're on that subscription just like Netflix and everywhere else. We're seeing increases of 9% in those areas. Our air packs, we are not allowed to modify them or repair them, so we have to have a licensed vendor perform that work. Those service contracts are increasing. We work with Stryker Medical for our heart monitors, AEDs, our stretchers, our loading devices, even our CPR machines. And those are proprietary. You can only do service through that vendor. And so we have a service agreement, and we're seeing annual increases. And we also saw an increase in our fleet and fuel charges of approximately $275. So those are just a few of the items that have contributed to those increases. Okay, so I'd like to highlight some of our 2025 priorities. The first bullet is to provide for infrastructure improvements. And this relates to making the required improvements and modifications to the fire station on an ongoing basis. City Council just recently approved the diesel exhaust emission system to go in the station. That construction is underway now, so that's the type of work that we're talking about here. We also have a great deal of concrete in the apparatus bay and in the pad that's heaving and cracking, so we have updates in place to do there. We're also looking at potentially replacing our outdated station alerting system. It's over 20 years old and it's at capacity. It's expensive to maintain. If we add additional resources, we cannot add them to that system. Instituting an asset management system. I mentioned before that we have one, and so this is a continuation of that work. Because we're medical providers and provide advanced life support, we carry narcotics and we have a DEA license. And we have to follow the DEA tracking and auditing requirements. So we had to purchase the software that really helped us meet those requirements, but it has some additional tools to help track and manage equipment. And so we're moving some of those assets. The next bullet here is work closely with City Council to identify viable funding sources for the expansion of fire and emergency medical services. This is very much related to ballot measure 3C. And I have another slide later in this presentation that really highlight the work here. So I'll move on to the next one, which is enhance recruitment practices and onboarding. Hiring the best people to serve the community is our top priority. The department has a recruitment team, and we are exploring options to enhance those efforts. We must go to great lengths to ensure that we are hiring the best people to serve our diverse community. I'll move on to onboarding. The department is looking to streamline our onboarding practices. Give you a little bit of overview as to why. The department typically hires one time a year because we have one joint academy. Again, the academy is typically held once per year. The academy length, which I said before may have been 3 or 4 months, is now increased to 9 months in duration. I have to explain why here in a moment. But the length of that academy has created some challenges for us. So on paper right now, the fire department is fully staffed. But functionally, we're down about 9% in the field because we have 9 recruits that are in the academy for 2 months. We have 2 individuals who have to serve as instructors that are dedicated academy, so 11 people. So functionally, in the field, and that backfill is almost exclusively overtime, which again kind of references why our overtime has increased. That 9% does not include staff that are on injury leave, medical leave, or other academies. That's just our new. To explain why there was an increase from 3.5 to 4 months of academy at the time, due to a declining number of applicants and also to open up opportunities, we started providing the EMT program as part of the fire academy. You had to have EMT certification to be hired here. You just went through the fire program. We now provide the EMT as part of the academy. We do a condensed version. It's faster than what you would have at some of the other schools, but it still adds about 10 weeks to the academy. Another challenge is that we use the North Metro training facility. That building is probably built for 35 recruits. There are 63 recruits in this. And so when there is certain skill you have to meet, everyone has to have a number that they need to meet. When there's more people, it takes more time to get everything, more time to get through all the drills and access to the equipment. So those reasons are why that academy has now grown to 9 months, which again puts us down 9% staff for this. I want to also highlight another challenge as it relates to onboarding. We aim to hire enough employees every cycle to fill our known vacancies, the vacancies we have today, but the vacancies that we know in the future, because very often, because of the FPPA retirement system, the years of service are calculated in July, so almost all of our. So we very often know who's retiring in July, and so we can hire those individuals in the academy this year so that when they retire, they're replaced starting in the field. We also are challenged, though, to predict all vacancies. There's attrition that we don't anticipate. And so our attrition rate has often exceeded our best estimates on how many people are leaving in the upcoming year. We worked with the city manager's office to try and proactively get ahead of this. If we have, let's say, 10 people that we need to hire, we have 10 vacancies, we've been given authorization to hire 3 additional people on top of that, because knowing our attrition is going to happen through the year, and those will probably break us even, but we usually get the 3 additional employees, and we call those overhire positions. But our experience is that the attrition rates exceeded the overhire rate. It very often brings us to net zero or below. We had an academy just start here January 13th. We had 3 overhires. We've had attrition. We're down to 2. There are now 7 retirements that are coming, we believe, in July, and we weren't able to hire. So by July, we could be -5 even with those. And again, when those numbers are low, it comes directly from overtime. This topic also pertains to the training facility needs that we talked about as far as ballot measure 3C. We're relying on an outside entity for our training facility needs. And if we had an additional facility here in Westminster, we'd have more autonomy and flexibility as our own academies and our own. The last bullet here is expanding the community engagement programs. The fire department has robust community engagement programs for open houses and the things we do. We're always looking to enhance that. We've had conversations with the Chamber of Commerce about a joint event, and we're open to doing so with other. I'll move to the operations side, evaluate and work to reduce response times. This in part relates to 3C, as we know that we have service gap areas in the city. It also relates to the traffic preemption system that is part of our CIP process that we hope to implement. That is a system that uses AVL data from our apparatus, knows the location of the call and predicts our route of travel and turns lights green in advance. That would reduce response times, as well as looking at expanding our automatic aid CAD agreement with agencies such as our BAD, only ones that touch our border that we have a lot of community health programs such as CPR, first aid, fall prevention programs. We want to continue to enhance those programs and continue to provide safety programs for our the third bullet here, expand or continue to provide outreach related to emergency management. This is providing that focus on having residents sign up for Lookout Alert and Genesis Protect. The last analysis we did showed about 24% of our residents have signed up for emergency notification through Lookout Alert. And this last one here is place a Type 3 wildland engine in service. I'll share a little bit about this engine. This is a new type of engine for the Westminster Fire Department. It brings a lot of versatility to our fleet. It will enhance our wildfire capabilities. It's kind of a hybrid between two engines that we currently have. Our predominant engine that is under station Type 1, and that's built for structural firefighting, has a tank size of 500 gallons. We pump up to 1,000, or the minimum 1,000 gallons per minute. And then the opposite end, we have our wildland brush truck, which is essentially a Type 6, which is essentially a F250 or F350 with a pump and a tank in the bed. And that is used to get out in the field and to suppress field. But the Type 3 is a hybrid in the sense it looks more like our Type 1 engine, but it has an elevated platform, has that 500-gallon tank, and it's four-wheel drive. So we can get through very difficult terrain. And because of the increased tank size, it can remain in the firefight longer than what you would have Type 6. They're also very, very beneficial when it comes to blizzard and snow events because of that. So there's a lot of versatility for us here. The Type 3 is also coveted in the national scene. These are type of engines that you want in these large-scale fires like the one we just had. And I want to highlight a reason why I think that's important. But I first want to highlight the two reasons that we deploy as a Westminster Fire Department. We deploy to LA County. We deploy to other states to fight fire. To assist them is, number one, we deploy to assist other communities. These large-scale fires like the Marshall Fire, no, there's not one fire department in the country that can handle this itself. We provide that assistance, and I know that we would receive that assistance. There's a mechanism to provide cost reimbursement for that to build in that capacity. The second is our firefighters gain valuable field experience that they can bring back here and enhance the service they provide. Now, a third component is that we are reimbursed for costs. So we recently sent the team out to California. The firefighters, while they're in California, their salary costs are covered by the state or federal agency that is control that. Now, when they're gone, we also have to bring backfill staff to the stations. That backfill is also paid for by the state or federal agency. The apparatus, when we deploy it, there's a minimum of an hourly rate or a daily rate. So an apparatus deployed like a Type 3 is over $1,000 a day, comes back to the city. We have used those funds over the years to help pay for replacement Type 6s. We've used it to help pay for our water rescue or dive van and other areas where the items that were not funded or were underfunded. So we've been able to use that revenue from the apparatus to support the city's budget. So I have an update for our calls for service. Used to seeing a larger chart with 20 years, so I'll just provide that verbally. 20 years, the last 20 years, our call volume has increased 138%. Population increase is not the driver here. During that same period of time, population has increased by less than 12%. We had a 34.5% increase in 2021, 2022, and we exceeded 17,000 in 23 for the first time. And you can see that's now our floor, so all future increases are going to be based off 17. So this slide highlights some facilities, next steps, some actions that we want to take to address the facility need. You know, as we previously discussed, we have fire stations that are in need of renovation or replacement. Weren't built for the modern fire service, weren't built to house modern apparatus equipment or the modern diverse workforce. And there's some health and safety related standards, and some of them have construction. I've mentioned earlier the need for a training facility to help the onboarding process. It also provides our firefighters with practical hands-on training. I want to note that the fire department does a lot of classroom training, and we do a lot of virtual training. We do a lot of training by Zoom. You can't train pulling a hose line down a heated, smoky hallway by Zoom. You cannot do that. You need a place to be able to do physical hands-on stuff. You can't do by it. And then, as I mentioned before, we still have the service gap areas that are part of the city, in the center of the city, which during our ballot measure 3C, we talked about Station 7. And so the first bullet here really outlines that, you know, if that ballot measure would have passed, we would have had the opportunity to be able to fund a lot of these needs very quickly. But we know that ballot measure passed, and so we're going to have to take a new approach to address these needs. It's going to have to be phased in, and it's going to have to be. We're even going to look at other options. Are there other facilities within the city that potentially can be repurposed for our use? For example, at 112th Sheridan, there was a urgent care community-based hospital that occupied that space for many years, and they have left. That's a property that we've had our eye on for years. If that were available, potentially to be repurposed for a fire department. It could potentially be an EMS, alternative EMS site. It could be a fire station, administration, but we want to look at options, like look at that building, see what other buildings are out in the city that we could potentially repurpose for our use. The second bullet point too is review alternative service options in gap areas. You know, we're reviewing all options to provide for the fire and emergency medical services in those gap areas. Our traditional staffing model has been a fire engine medic unit at each station, except for Station 5. And just to remind everyone, a medic unit is an ambulance, but it has people that are trained in both EMS and fire. They're only in EMS. So we have medic units. And we have staffed our stations with engine medic for a number of reasons. One is to obviously make sure that we can provide both fire and EMS coverage. That's industry standard. And then also our medic unit staff are trained in firefighting. And we utilize them as firefighters, fire response. We established an effective response force, and that is the number of people we need to complete a set number of tasks for a fire-related incident. And we calculate our medic unit personnel in that calculation. When they arrive together out of that same station, those first two providers in that medic unit are often on this first hose line with the engine, or they're the backup line or the second hose. So we use them as firefighters. And obviously when they're deployed together at the same station, arrive. I also want to highlight that we do send fire engines to medical calls. We do that for many reasons. Many of these calls require more assistance and care than just two providers can provide off of that medic. These complex calls require multiple providers, and our firefighters, since they are also trained in medicine, we had a critical medical call and a medic unit is transporting a patient. Our firefighters very often jump in the back, assist patient care around the hospital. A cardiac arrest call, for example, is going to take a minimum of 5 people to run that as efficient from a medical. We also have our supervisors assigned to our engines. They provide oversight of all of our operations. As I said, that's our traditional staffing model. But in our current situation that we don't have funding associated with the ballot measure, we're going to have to evaluate some alternative options to account for fire coverage in a given area. And some of those options could be peak staff ambulances. They could also be a fire engine with a dedicated paramedic on it. That way we can provide both advanced life support that you get from a medic unit, but also maintain that fire coverage. The next bullet point here is evaluate urban renewal area funding opportunities to address capital needs. In the area that we plan to build Station 8, in the Orchard Parkway area, there there are urban renewal area funds that could be used for public purpose, such as land acquisition and building a fire station. So we are starting to get into a deep dive to see if those are an option for us to build a north station. One thing to note that if ultimately can move forward and use those funds for the station, it addresses the capital, but it doesn't address the personnel. URA funds cannot be used for personnel, and so we'll have to find a different way to fund that. We are exploring FEMA's Safer Grant. That's a grant that, if awarded, covers firefighter salary for 3 years, so that can provide some relief for that staffing and some funding. I also want to note that we're exploring funding options with existing revenue, and I've talked a lot about the EMS supplemental program, a lot about wildland. So the EMS supplemental program at $2 million a year could be set aside. Again, right now we're using it for other areas of the budget, but it could potentially be put aside, and over time build up enough capital to potentially purchase or build a training facility, or maybe do some of these renovations. So that's something that we're discussing now. Can we modify the use of those or reprioritize those towards capital? And then the wildfire revenue, again, I mentioned that there's a daily rate for the apparatus that goes out, and we've used those to buy apparatus. This money could be used to help buy future apparatus that would be assigned to additional stations. So those are just a few options. We have many more accounts to review, but we're going to go through our accounts and revenues to see what we can fund with this. One thing I want to highlight real quick, or just add to, this is my last slide before I go to questions. Just one other stacking item to just bring to your attention. With our increasing calls for service, supply chain challenges, it's taken almost 4 years to build a fire engine now. I used to get a medic unit in about 90 days. It's taken, I think, a year and a half now. And so with the increasing call volume and the supply chain challenges, we're having increased repair in our business. And that's leading to more maintenance, repairs, and that's leading to a significant demand on fleet. Fleet has one mechanic that has all 3 specialty certifications that are required to work on fire apparatus. And we see this as a challenge point for the organization. We can have some apparatus that get backed up, despite the best efforts of fleet, despite exceptional service. Just the demand exceeds staff availability. And as part of 3C, that was one position that we highlighted, was a dedicated, they're called emergency vehicle technician. Because one, there's the demand now, but also with the additional apparatus, there would be increased demand. But we've talked with Public Works and Utilities, and they have a good plan for this year that we're going to see how that helps provide that support. It's now a progression where other mechanics get those certifications, and that might help address the support that we collectively think is needed. But that's something we'll monitor, and just want to put that on your radar as well. And that is all the items.
Questions? Councilor Ireland?
So how much is this Type 3 engine that you want?
I have that number.
Did you hear him?
The Type 3 engine, 465.
And how long does it take to get one?
Turn, I think we ordered it. I think we ordered it. So it's been about 2 years. Well, about 3 years.
So you did order it, but you haven't gotten it.
We ordered 22, and it's estimated to arrive in March. By the end of March is what we were hoping for. Yes, it was almost 3 years.
Yeah.
Still waiting for delivery.
Did the price go up, or did you get it for
On this one,
22?
we shouldn't have any price increases on this one.
Well,
that is one challenge that some of the other entities and other apparatus, because of the supply, past material could go up during the build. So some places are building in increases within the purchase of an engine because materials can go up over.
Well, I appreciate you're trying to find other ways to get funding for what you need. I look forward to hearing about the fires and what we can do to prevent fires, because I'm into prevention. Because I think that takes the cost down when you're not having to fight fires, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilor Carmelio?
Yes, Well, before I ask my question, I'm just going to highlight something for folks listening. If they're not already aware that our city is situated in a unique location because we are somewhat urban, suburban, and our population comes with all the risks and dangers of that type of a city. And we are also geographically located in, near mountains and near a very dry area. And so I'm just highlighting that because we are essentially doubly hit with our needs from a fire department. And I just think that that's important to highlight. And it exacerbates all the needs that we already have. My question is one, and I don't know how feasible it is, but it's going to relate to all the departments essentially that we talk to. But I'd like to talk about when it comes to our procurement and our contract agreements, et cetera, is there a way for us to partner with other cities and get those costs reduced? Is there a way for us to bundle? And I realize that we're probably all of different years and we have different needs, and I understand that that's a very large ask, but could we be doing things a little smarter and in a more coordinated effort, depending on resources? And have we ever done anything like that before?
Yeah, sure. Why don't I speak to that now? I'm Larry Dorr, Deputy City Manager. Procurement rolls up through my responsibilities. Tonight, Council took action on just one of those things. National Association of State Purchasing Officers coordinate a lot of the information technology items that you just saw. So yes, I think our fire department is using state cooperative and local bidding and procurement work for a lot of items across the fire service for sure. On those big acquisitions, it's a little more challenging because of the specific needs of a given agency and the timing and when funding is available, meaning buying 10 or 15 fire stations fire trucks statewide versus just one across 15 different agencies and so forth. That's a little bit more challenging. So I know that our procurement team, our staff is very closely connected with the Rocky Mountain Government Purchasing Association. So I know that a group of very professional individuals that talk about this at length. Being in a non-competitive environment, they want to find a way to pool resources and share ideas. So I'm pretty confident that a lot of good work is happening in that area. But as some fire districts have consolidated across cities and counties and rural areas, that's another consolidation method that's come about to attempt to pool resources and save money in providing service to those communities. So that's probably a pretty broad and general answer, but I'll tell you, I think both the fire leadership and procurement offices work very, very hard to do as much of that as possible. I hope you achieve.
Absolutely.
And so have we ever partnered with another metro district or city for our purchases?
I know that when large, for example, records management systems, bunker gear, things of that nature, the largest fire departments in the state, when they, because they have the greatest purchasing power, they ask for coordinated, pricing so that our city can, or even smaller agencies as well, can receive the same pricing that perhaps the city and county of Denver might get for hoses and bunker gear and all of the different things that go into providing services. So, but has our city ever reached across to say, Thornton Fire and said, let's, why don't we pool our resources and buy trucks at the same time? That I'm not aware that that's happened. I think that's pretty, that can be pretty challenging in terms of timing and so forth, but there may have been some instances.
Yes, there is. I will add, our medic units, the design of our medic units, we based off a bid from the city of Houston, city of Dallas Fire. And so we do need some benefit with that pricing just based on those large municipality-based fire departments in their bid process. So we have used those national bid systems. We work very closely as part of the North Area Fire Department before, and so we did establish a joint committee to establish a common apparatus spec specifications for fire engines. And so we ultimately landed on one, and we did use that collective group to make purchases. Now, the cost savings not as great as we had hoped because we had to order about 12 engines. Quote me the number, it's been about 8 years, but I think it was 12 or 15 engines that had to be ordered within the north area within a short period of time. And I think we were just a little bit short. So while there was some savings, it wasn't as what we at least started out to. But we have worked collaboratively with our other fire around us to try and bring down those apparatus.
Thank you. And then along the same train of thought, this is more for our city staff. Have we looked at buildings or land, et cetera, in the cities near us, either in the city and county of Broomfield or Thornton or Arvada, where we could, again, share services? We already share, I know with our CAD, a lot of the fire emergency services, but can we look for a building perhaps in exchange for some resources or services that might be discounted or available or, rented for training, et cetera?
What we do right now, as far as working with the agency, before we have the training academy in North Metro, so we do pay in fees to use that facility. It's quite a bit outside of the city, and so our units 30 minutes each way outside of the city, which is a prompt response. The other challenge, as I mentioned, that the academy is 9 months in duration. So for 9 months a year, that academy is unavailable. North Metro and Thornton have bought it, and they still need it for their training needs. So last update I had is that training facility will be off limits for other entities for the remainder of the year. So first 9 months is academy, not available to us, and then after that it's available. There's other departments around us that may have a training center, but all of them are similar, undergoing construction and available for a year, or have an agreement with the fire department. So we can continue to explore.
So in the case of training, for us, it's actually inverted from that. The analysis to date is really pointing us to look at a really local, centralized, maybe specialized training facility that would be Westminster's, and the cost benefit savings of having it where we need it would eliminate the travel time, keep our people in a response area that they can respond from. And so that would be one of the things that the chief is going to look really closely at in this budget cycle to look at whether there's an incremental opportunity to provide a much more centrally located training facility right in Westminster.
And I don't suppose something like Sheridan Green could work.
That facility right now is in the middle of our District 4, where that fire station need of replacement. That's a pretty large facility. I'm not sure to be able to be repurposed just given that size, especially if we were talking about a training facility. We were also talking about a burn building. Now we want to use Class B, so we're not generating smoke in order to the community, but you would have to construct a complete new burn building on that site. So most of what's there should agree usable for that. So you'd be kind of constructing a training facility on top.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's all of the questions I can think of. I know we've got good brains in the room, so thank you for thinking of everything possible, but just trying to think of other ways that we can cost consolidate.
I'm just following up.
Pro Tem?
I had similar questions to Councilor Carmelia about the sharing, so I appreciate the answers there. Definitely would like to see us be able to utilize existing city land, like the banana parcel or whatever weird, just something that's kind of out of the way. But so just two questions then. One, and maybe this is kind of a dumb question, but with respect to overtime and staffing, is there anything like volunteer or on call? Like I think of substitute teachers, you kind of retire, but you're on call as a substitute. Is there anything like that in the fire industry?
I'll start with the retired substitute teacher part first. Right now, we do not have a system in place where retired firefighters at Westminster stations when we're first. We don't have that built in. When we say voluntary, I want to talk a little bit about the overtime. That we have a voluntary list of people that whenever we drop below that minimum number, we can call them and bring them in. The mandatory that I mentioned is when we run out of volunteers, where we have to But one thing that we have done to really, we don't want to mandatory people to work. That's not something we as a department want to utilize. So what we've started an advanced staffing process. So sometimes the mandatory is 4 days in advance, which is much better than we were before, where it was 30 minutes. So we would try to change our practice to make that a little bit easier for those companies. Yet we don't have a hired.
And we wouldn't be able to have just volunteer firefighters. Okay. And the other question is, well, one, I appreciate that you're getting scrappy with some funding options that you're already evaluating. Do we have an impact fee that is related to fire in relation to new development, or I don't know what necessarily to tie it to, but if there was a nexus to new development at minimum?
Chris Lindsay, Assistant City Manager. There's nothing that's specific to fire, however, something like public land dedication for fire station training, something like that.
Okay. Well, I just throw that out there if there is some, again, like a next to new development coming in, or I don't know what exactly, but even if it's something smaller that would even help with staffing versus, the capital side.
Councilor Zadi?
Thank you for the presentation. My first question is related to the concern I have related to the velocity of the return, if you will, or when we invest $1, it sounds like because of the supply chain issues, it's going to take us a long time to see any return. And this is for 2026 we're talking about, right? The 2026 budget. Isn't there a much more urgent need for some of the critical service gaps that you have talked through? Is this too long for processes? Is my question. Can you talk about the criticality of the need? Because it feels like we should be doing something sooner versus later.
Well, the supply chain definitely relates to the apparatus. So we calculated it, measure pass, that we would know what time we needed to order those apparatus to bring them in so they're ready to serve the community. Build a fire station takes probably 3 years. Depending on the size of it, it could be 4. Administration building out of what it was constructed, our minds as far as 3C was probably a 4-year build, the North Station build. So, we kind of need to order that apparatus today for it to be here 1 year after. But as far as criticality, if you're asking me, what projects I think are priority or should be addressed first, if that's your question, I would say, the service gaps were highest priority before, but understanding that we have limited resources to be able to fund those, say that North Station be that first priority, and then I think that we have, from a practical standpoint, potentially some better options for funding through existing resources and reimbursement to address it. And so it's a balance of trying to address the service gaps as quickly as possible, but also do it in a practical way where we think we will have with the existing revenue concepts that we have here.
So that North Station you would say, is the most critical?
Yes, I would say.
And what was the cost of that, the estimated?
Right here. These are 2024 costs. Costs will go up each year, but we had 16.3 million as cost in 2000.
And that fills that service gap of that
in the north
area.
Mm-hmm.
And you said you have a functional vacancy of 9%.
Correct.
So it's really higher because you didn't count in.
Yes, it could be higher with those on medical leave, injury leave, or paramedics.
Does that impact? So every passing day, the cost will go up of that 16 million, right? Because with inflation and all that, and the supply chain gaps, with the vacancy, is there a correlation, or what's the connection between, from a cost standpoint, on as the vacancy worsens, because it feels like it's going to, if you have this, what's that called, bottleneck in training centers, and they're all kind of shutting down because there's no more capacity for helping us out. What is the link between the worsening vacancy and the increasing cost of what we need? It feels like there is, but I can't think of it.
Yeah. I think I'll try and hoping answer your question. I'll kind of spread it into parts, but I think that the longer those vacancies go at 9%, and the longer the academies take, the less flexibility we have their own onboarding process, the overtime costs are going to increase. That's an impact. You also, the training center itself, facility itself, the cost increase every year. So we get expensive, we delay that project. So it's a combination. The sooner we can get that facility, I think the sooner Westminster Fire can have a little more autonomy in how we onboard people. We can do a multi-phased process. That the new hire academy is really good for maybe people that don't have experience, but maybe people have a little bit of experience, or we're bringing in almost like a lateral type process. We'd be able to use that training facility to bring them on quicker, and so hopefully we can keep that 9% down, which would reduce overtime costs. But you're right. The longer it takes to address that facility, the cost of that facility increases.
And on the priority list, the training facility is second.
Yes, and it's it relates to it's a change from where we were in 24. 24 prior to the election, the priority was Station 8, Station 7, or Station because there's service gap, but the ballot measure would have provided the revenue. So shifted because we may have revenue to at least the capital side address the North Station. With the options that I outlined earlier, we may be able to address the training facility. Those funds will not, in a short period of time, would not be able to address that central station. And also, given the fact that we are functionally down in staff, increasing in overtime costs, to me that training facility moves up in priority because again, it helps us reduce those costs and onboard people.
And the calls are increasing, so the demand side is going up. So then, how does the what was the total? The 24
17 425.
How does that compare to our neighbors or to the north?
I haven't checked with our neighbors for 2024 stats, but I know this because the CAD-to-CAD agreement is based on call volume. You pay a percentage based on what percentage of your calls per service account for the entire area, and we've been the busiest department within the north area for a number of years. So I haven't seen the 24 data from the other departments, but Westminster's been the busiest and highest calls per service together.
Okay. Well, I'll just end by saying, we're eager to see what that is, right? What the plan will be, and what is the follow up? I guess when is the follow up so we can see where you guys land on the creative ideas? When do we see this next?
We'll need to work with city manager's office as far as exploring the URA. I think that the answer would be that first thing we're going to come back with, we identify the URA as a possible option, or an option for Station 8, I should say. We have some work to do.
We're also planning to come back in April to talk about those capital, right, fire, roadways also.
Okay, so by April, would we get an update on the fire piece with the other? Cool. Thanks.
Councilor Dumont.
Thank you for the presentation. A couple of thoughts I had. Some was kind of bring out what Mayor Pro Tem said. I'm just curious the opportunity for some sort of public-private partnership. I think in the areas where you potentially have opportunity to have land, there's probably still some development that needs to happen. I don't even know if it's possible, but you brought up the idea about land dedication. I'm just curious, like how far you really could push that through, even if there's somebody who's developing commercial property, is there opportunity to have them help you build a fire station? I don't know if that's possible in Colorado law or not. but if we're not going to leave any stones unturned, it would be interesting to know, are there developments that are coming forward where you could make some sort of deal where they would help you build a facility, both training or fire. So I just throw that out there as an idea, because I think it's an interesting concept of, what you might be able to do with that. The other question, well, this is more of a question that I have. When you look at this, are you going to be looking at potential borrowing mechanisms like we've done with the court or water facility, or is that even something that we have any capacity to do at this point as an organization?
We're looking at all options. Yeah.
So that's potential. And I'm glad to hear you say, because the other part of my thing, so I just want to at least put it out there that it's a thought in my mind, is the other areas like roads and stuff, because, along with my thought of, do we even have capacity? I want to make sure that, we're thinking of those other things, and I'm glad that you are, because I think that one area that may have made this more palatable for the voters when we went out to them is that we had more of a wide berth around our needs as a city and not just fire. And I know we've talked about that, but I just don't want to leave it out, because I think that we should look at it in the same vein, and it sounds like you are, but I'm glad of it, because I think whether it's borrowing or anything, we need to look at the whole city. Granted, this is a super important need, and I certainly wouldn't surprise anybody by saying core services being public safety is one of the core things I always go after. But those, we need the roads just as much for you guys to be able to get there and not ruin our expensive apparatus. So, but I look forward to hearing what you guys come back with, and anywhere we could find those public-private partnerships, I think that would be an interesting concept to go after.
Councilor Hutt?
Yeah. I'll be brief. First, I just want to say thank you so much for the presentation. There was a lot of really good information in the presentation. Also, I want to just say I am so impressed with our fire department for how well you function given the issues that we have, the gaps that we have, not having the same purchasing power as maybe like Denver. I make a joke that, we do things better than Denver does and things they brag about, but they have, more funding than we do. And so I just wanted to say we recognize what a great fire department we have, even given these constraints. And so I want to thank you, because I know a lot of that has to do with the leadership. I just want to share a piece of feedback that I received, not just for the fire department, but for any of our departments that may want to put something on the ballot. So I met with a group of our Latino residents, and something that was brought to me was that I guess there was a mailer that went out about the ballot measure, and there were endorsements, people in the community that were endorsing the ballot measure, but they didn't see anyone on the endorsements that was Latino, and that really bothered them as far as the way it was described to me. Sometimes there's issues with trusting government, and so having somebody who's in leadership and is Latino, it's really important for them to have that representation. And so I just wanted to share that feedback that I was given, because I think it's important. But I just want to, again, thank you and recognize you for everything that you do.
I don't think that mailer came from anything in the city. So they didn't have any control. You can't during an election.
Okay, I just
Not
wanted
one
to
dime can be spent
share
in
the
city.
feedback also in case we ever do want to put something on the ballot. If anything ever does go out, it's just, I thought.
We don't control that. We can't run the campaign.
Right, but I'm saying if
You're not
anything
gonna-
comes
anybody
from.
can send out whatever, and we don't have our hands on it.
Right, I just thought it was important to share the feedback I got.
I just wanted to be sure nobody thought anybody in the city shared that, because they couldn't. You have anything else?
No.
Tell me when citizens want to buy in their membership for the ambulance for a year, what's that called again? I haven't seen anything about that.
Program?
Westy Med? Tell the citizens that are
So
listening about that.
Our Westy Med program is a program that residents can participate in. Essentially, there's a fee, whether it's an individual plan or a family plan, and it's designed to offset some of the costs related to an ambulance or Medicaid transport. So it essentially can be a write-off, whatever insurance. After insurance payment, it writes off. So your insurance pays, say, example, $200 for transport, the remaining balance will be waived if you're a member of this program. And you pay it on an annual basis. It's not available to Medicaid clients just because of rules related. But it's a program that in families, residents sign up for and waive those costs beyond what insurance does.
And those listening, how do they sign up?
On our website, we have a page on West.
Do we pay for the people going to the academy? Do they pay? How does that all work?
So everyone at the academy, they are employees of ours. So we have hired them and we pay them to go.
So that extra 15 or 13 weeks, whatever, for the EMS added cost there too.
Correct.
We have a corner next to the bowling alley at 107th and Westminster Boulevard. You'd be close to 36 to get on for those accidents. It'd make a good training facility and or station. Just saying, it sits there. And we need just places to let the community come if they haven't heard this presentation and understand. People didn't understand. We can't put $100 million thing on, and it was nobody's fault here. But they need to understand it. They need to know if we can do it in chunks, what that looks like. That ballot issue didn't break things down into exactly what was, they didn't really know what they were getting for that. And nobody's going to write a carte blanche check these days. So we just have to think strategically now, early. What do we need to do to educate, to get their input? I think there's ideas out there none of us have thought about that maybe they will, to help us get to our end result that we need. Councilor Eiley.
Just a couple other questions. About the training center, if we build it in Westminster, is there any other city that would pay us to use it?
That when you build a training center, that's an option. Yes, there are entities that do not have an opportunity. They usually will pay a daily fee or a certain fee to be able to use it.
How much is the fee normally?
I don't know. It depends on each agency. They all have their own, depending on what kind of props they have, kind of building they have, what their expenses are. So I've never come across like a set fee for training that's kind of developed by the entity that owns it. But if we were not using it, yes, other entities could potentially rent it for a day or how many ever days they need to.
So do you think there's a high demand for it?
There is a demand for training. I think that the demand may come a little bit outside of the North Metro circle, but there is a demand.
Also, why do you think our call volume is higher than anyone else's? Is because we're aging, our population's aging more in our city than other cities?
I do think that an aging population has direct influence on our calls for service. The other agencies are experiencing increases as well. We just have had the largest call volume, and we're increasing, and they're increasing as well. But at least through 2023, none of those agencies had affected us in call volume. Thornton is close. Thornton has a lot of development, so they're getting close to the call volume. So it's not that we're increasing 10% and everyone else is 2%. We're all kind of moving up about.
All right, thank you.
Just to follow up on your questions around the Westy Med program, if we, I don't know what that costs annually. Do you know what that costs annually?
I don't have it.
No, okay. I was just curious. If we add
$55 for a family and $30.
Wow, that's a great price.
It just takes one ambulance ride, and that's gravy.
Holy cow. Okay, well, everyone should just do that, first of all. And that answers my second question, which no, it won't offset if we like advertise that widely. It won't help pay for things, but I highly encourage our residents to just sign up. That's fantastic. Yeah, thanks for putting that out there.
This was very helpful. I mean, just helping us understand how you're set up and your people and what your true needs are. And I hadn't thought about we're excited you've got an academy going, but you know you're losing this many people here, and it's worse than a wash because you're still minus. So very helpful to understand all of that, and that we can only go once a year. You can't have 2 academies. So yeah, makes sense. The community hears that and has to weigh that. So like I said, I think the community needs to have chew over this too.
What's the fee that we pay North Metro?
I have to go and look. I don't recall off the top of my head. I don't know if he has it for group.
That was just a really good idea.
That's a good
from
ask.
Councilor. It's a really good idea that she had on revenue generation.
Yeah.
I'm curious about that if you can follow up.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow up with it just for our academy recruit. And Mayor, I would just like to add, we used to have an opportunity for all academies, so there used to be 2, but the duration being 9 months, cut that off. And there was one other agency, South Adams County, that used to hold one as well. They have a new chief. I haven't met him yet. I know him. I'm not sure what their plans are, and they're also helping Arvada, so there's saturation in training.
Yeah. And I'm sure some of the smaller places don't have their own, so there's needs for them. And we know there's many of those cities sitting around us, so I would think there's opportunities. Thank you so much. It was very enlightening, great information. I think I finally understand how the fire department runs. And I've sat here for too many years. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chief Berg, for being the first up. I don't know if you've noticed, but all of your directors are here tonight, and they wanted to make sure that they listen to the presentation and the questions and discussion, and then that will help them tailor their presentations to meet your needs. So if there's anything we missed tonight that you felt you ought to have heard or could have benefited from, let us know either now or afterwards, and that will help the other directors when they come in to make sure that their presentations are also meeting your needs.
We'll let people email you if there's anything.
I want to know what we're doing for fire prevention.
Fire prevention.
Fire prevention.
Got it. You've got that? Yeah. Thank you.
It is 11:14. Let's go home. Whew. I want to tell you something.
Yes.
Great.